No, I think you're the host.
Yep, and we're preparing to live stream.
Okay, go ahead and change your name when you can.
I will do that.
We are live on YouTube, and I must apologize to everyone in the public. I pressed the wrong button to go back into open session from executive session at 8:50. And so I kicked everyone off and kicked us all off of YouTube. So I apologize for that. I believe we're back on YouTube. And are we recording, Tiffany?
Oh, let me hit that
So
also.
it looks like we'll have 2 recordings.
Yes.
But
Or no.
okay. For the benefit of the recording, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed end meeting instead of close.
That's why. I thought it was me.
No, it was me. And I apologize to everyone for doing that. I pressed the wrong button, and so that cut us off of YouTube, and it cut us off of the Zoom meeting. Everyone had to join again. But same number, same sign on. So this is the nominating commission interview meeting, part 2.
And we're still missing Sam and Josie.
We are, and hopefully, Tiffany, can you try to get a hold of them somehow, either call them or?
Yes. I'm going to make you the host now.
Thank you.
Better here. Saw that.
If you have a
Make it
phone,
who we're missing.
we're missing Sam Turner. And is it Doug Brownlee we're still missing?
Doug's
No?
here.
Josie.
Josie. That's right. Okay.
I've made notes on a couple and which ones we should say. One is Chris Henderson. So
I'm hearing.
I'm gonna email Chris. See if
Yeah, Tom needs to mute himself.
I'm going to mute him.
Yeah, before he tells us any super secret things.
Need me, I'm gonna be like 4 or 5 minutes away.
Okay, I'll just dial you. You'll watch your phone.
Yeah, so what time do you want me there?
At this point, Tiffany, my assistant, is trying to contact the 2 people who joined us again because of the mistake in pressing end meeting instead of close meeting, which cut us off. So they will need to rejoin before we go forward. Oh, good morning, Mr. McCullough. I'm going to put you back in a break room. We're not quite ready for you to join us, okay?
All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't see his name.
Would you like me to sign off and then sign back on in 5 minutes?
I found you. I'm going to move you to breakout room 2.
All right.
Can you press?
Michael, I think you need to press join. Is there a join on your screen?
There's no join on my screen. There's usually a prompt that comes up.
Yeah.
Yes.
You still don't see a join?
I do not.
I bet we're getting 1,000 views now. This is part of the test, Mike.
I understand. I'm sticking with my answer. I don't see a prompt button.
You're batting 1,000, Michael.
Am I supposed to say bank right now if I'm playing a game show?
Yes.
Well, why don't you join us again? Let's see, do we have Josie? Do we have Sam yet? We're missing one of our members, Mr. McCullough. If you could sign off and maybe join again in about 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany, do you have a phone number for Sam? Can you just call him?
I tried calling and left a message for him, and I've emailed him also.
Hey, Justice Wilson, while you're waiting, could you give your address again? Not email, but your.
Yes, it's 301 Southwest 10th Avenue, Topeka, Kansas, 66612-1507.
Thanks.
Tiffany, will you email the numbers to Sam again also?
Yes, I forwarded that as well. I just texted him too.
Can we make small talk, or is that not allowed?
Certainly you can, because it's an open meeting, so you can say whatever you want in the open meting.
Can I ask a question, please? I need to print the ballots. I didn't get that done. How many do I need to print off?
I'd recommend just printing 5.
They're identified as first, second, and third, are they not?
No, they have a blank. So when we do the ballots, you fill in number 1 for the first one, number 2 for the second one.
But Stephanie, I just printed off mine this morning, so be careful when you print it, because I think that there are 3 ballots in each, in 3 ballots in that pack. So don't click 5, just click like 2, and then you'll get 6 ballots. Because I printed 2 ballots and I got 6.
Okay.
Got what I mean? So I think when Tiffany sent this, she sent 3 ballots. 3 ballots were in that attachment.
The first ballot that was sent is different in form on the note than the other 2. That's why I thought there were 3 rounds submitted.
Yep.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
because I didn't notice it because it kind of popped up on the bottom. But anyway,
Thank you. Laura.
Thanks for the info.
Hey, Laura.
yes.
This is John. When you printed your 3, I've just picked up mine off my printer. Did the second ballot, do you have printing on the bottom that
Yes,
locks
I
over
do.
to the third? Okay.
Yeah, right there.
All right. That's what you were describing. Okay. Same here.
And then, well, we'll have this. So we had a board meeting for Johnson County Bar Association last week, and I mentioned, I mentioned to Tracy that Greg, so I don't know if you have had time to talk with her again in the last week or so, but I gave her a heads up on our discussion of doing some type of a survey, and she said that that wouldn't be a problem, that they have, you know, we have all that capability with the Bar Association. So she's ready for you, your group, your committee. After the first of the year, I think. I don't think she wants to deal with it right now, but
I knew she was getting ready for the annual meeting, and we were having this session, so I have not pestered her yet, but she will be
Well,
pestered with
well,
you and James helping me.
well, I just figured since I was there talking to her, I'd go ahead and kind of talk to her about that. So
I see Michael.
and Sam.
Okay.
Damn, okay, great. One more thing, Tiffany, if you could, while we are doing the interview, if you could please reach out to Kelly to make sure that we have a waiting room set up for the interviewees. I think
Yes.
that's probably the box that wasn't checked.
Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. I'm so glad to see you, Sam, and I must apologize to you also. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed leave meeting instead of close meeting, and by doing so, I cut everyone off, forcing everyone to have to rejoin. So I'm very sorry that I did that. But we are back at the nominating commission for interviews. And our first interview of the day is Mr. Michael McCullough. Welcome, Mr. McCullough.
Thank you.
I look forward to hearing from you, and I'm sorry about the glitch that I caused. I know that the last thing you needed was a little stress to be added, but maybe it broke the ice a little. So
I think they call that icing the kicker, so.
There you
okay.
go.
Well, thank you for being a good sport, and I appreciate everyone's graciousness in coming back on. I will turn it over. There were 2 people who were assigned to visit with you and to introduce you, Mr. McCullough. So I will turn it over to those 2 people.
Josie, I'll go ahead and start it since you're on mute. Josie and I visited with Michael last week. Michael is in the public defender's office, has been there, has an interesting story. I bet he has, like I said, been before us before. What he'd like to do on this occasion is open up by giving us a short 3-minute or so opening statement, much like he does when he does a opening argument in a criminal matter. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. A district court judge should have a keen mind, an ability to listen well, should be even-tempered, and should, above all else, be fair-minded. People will tell you that I possess all of these qualities. In fact, many of you around that virtual table will be able to tell each other that because you've had personal experience with me. But today I'll be sharing not just why I would make a great judge, but specifically why I would be an outstanding family law judge, which is the vacancy right now. Truth is, I practice family law every day I go to work. I just don't do it in a family law courtroom. My clients are often people going through divorce, child custody battles, and struggling with how to pay their child support. I can't count the times that I've had discussions with my clients about how the decisions they make in their criminal case will affect their children. In other words, we talk a lot about the best interest of the child. All that sounds a lot like family law, because it is. Like so many litigants in family court, many of my clients meet me on the worst day of their life. They're angry, they're frustrated, and they're hopeless. That's been my clientele for over 2 decades. In that environment, I've learned to listen well. I've become skilled at guiding clients into making rational decisions, often not getting everything they want, but getting what enables them to move forward into their life. Every day I walk with people through difficult questions asked during difficult times to get to an acceptable resolution. If there ever was a description of the function of a family court, that's it. I've been asked in previous interviews with this committee how I would handle a pro se or a self-represented litigant. This often occurs in family law courts. I assure you I'm well acquainted with clients who want to do things themselves. I found that it's essential with those clients to balance answering genuine and honest questions with knowing when a conversation needs to be refocused and transitioned to a more productive topic. Sometimes pro se litigants are difficult. Over the years, I've been appointed to my share of difficult clients, and I've learned how to be successful working in that environment. Finally, in my practice, like in family law court, many times mental health issues color my cases. I've learned how to respectfully, compassionately, and clearly work amidst these issues with my clients. All these qualities would make me an outstanding family court judge. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Michael, this is Rick Wynn. You've indicated you've learned how to be successful with difficult clients. Can you give us some particulars in that regard?
Absolutely. Over the years, I've learned that most of the difficulties that clients have with their attorneys, their public defenders, really have nothing to do with me. It has to do with their background. Excuse me. And so I've learned to ask about their individual backgrounds, give them a chance to speak why they feel the way they do. I don't try to change their minds about me or even about public defenders. I simply say, this is the work that I'm going to do for you. Ask around about me, and you make your judgments about how effective I am by the work that I do. And that seems to be cathartic to a lot of my clients, especially the difficult ones. I think there are kind of 2 kinds of difficult clients. One that's being difficult for the sake of being difficult, and you learn how to very deliberately interact with them to help them get through the process and get the work done. The other is a difficult client because of honest and genuine reasons, and those are the kind of clients that you take extra time with and let them tell their stories even more than you normally would, and that gives them a sense of being heard, and that often makes them much more cooperative in the process. I think that's a lot like family law court. You have a lot of very emotional people who come into family law court. They're hurt, they're angry, a lot of them feel betrayed. And when those types of people become difficult, especially pro se litigants, there needs to be a judgment made along the line of whether they're just being difficult to be difficult and you handle that a particular way, or whether there needs to be a little bit more time taken to get honest questions, honest answers. So that's how I would answer that.
Mike, this is Sam Turner. Good to see you again. I've read your background, and in the introduction today, you mentioned the makeup of your clients, and I understand that's a typical public defender client list. In addition to defending your clients or representing them in court, being so exposed for so many years with folks in the categories that you deal with, whether it's economic or ethnic situation or racial, in addition to your defense of them, what have you done as an advocate? Because oftentimes there's a disproportionate representation, either in the courtrooms or people being arrested.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I've been involved in a number of committees that have addressed issues that all of our clients deal with. They disproportionately affect other segments of our clients. One of the committees I've been involved with is the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, the Johnson County Criminal Justice Advisory Committee. One of the projects that I've worked on in past years has been the Mental Health Intercept project. And that's a fancy way of saying there are particular intersections where people with mental health concerns end up encountering police. And at those occasions or those intercepts, we studied how we could divert people from going to jail and being arrested and instead divert them toward treatment and help. In other words, what are the places where it's safe and appropriate to not arrest and incarcerate somebody because it's really not a crime issue, it's really a mental health issue. And so as part of that committee's work, we've looked at the different resources that are out there. Again, this has been a few years ago, but we were part of the emerging thought that eventually led to a lot of the local departments in Johnson County to get mental health co-responders. These are mental health professionals that are employed by the city police departments, and when officers who are trained through what's called CIT, crisis intervention training, to recognize mental health crisis, when they go to that kind of call, they can call for the mental health co-responder to come to the scene and do an assessment. And a lot of people have been diverted from being arrested and going to jail by that program. I've also been involved in the pretrial stakeholders committee for Johnson County. That is a project where all of the people within the criminal justice community come together, representatives, and we talk about how we can reduce jail population. We do that by talking about what are fair bonds, what people don't need to be obviously in custody because of their risk levels, and what people frankly do because of the severity level of their crime, the presumption of their case, et cetera. And so over the years, we've come up with a matrix that's been a recommendation for setting bonds. And those recommendations have resulted in more and more people getting out on bond instead of staying in custody, even for a short period of time. Studies show that when you get incarcerated and you can't bond out, even a week, it destroys your life. It destroys your livelihood. It destroys your job. Sometimes you lose your home and your way to live. So those would be a couple of ways that I've been involved in kind of the greater criminal justice reform movement. I'm also involved in some community type things. I serve with my church on the men's ministry committee, obviously reaching out to men. I'm also involved with my son's Boy Scout troop, my son's Cub Scout troop, and I consider that to be an investment in young men's lives and now young ladies' lives because it's co-ed that are very, very important and are meaningful to me.
Thank you.
Yes.
Michael, I'm wondering if you could talk for a minute or two about the teaching work that you do at Washburn and whether there might be any tie-in to, could that benefit you, the experience you get there as being a judge?
Every summer at Washburn, I teach as part of an adjunct faculty a trial advocacy course. And that's a fancy way of saying I teach lawyers how to do basic skills within the courtroom, how to do direct examinations, how to do cross-examinations, how to do openings, how to do closings, how to impeach witnesses. In other words, demonstrate how they said something different than what they're saying in court on that day. And as part of that, over the last, I think it's going on 15 years, I've had great opportunities to interact with these students. And the unique thing about third-year law students, which is primarily a population of these classes, is they have the unique ability to make anything a constitutional crisis. Nothing is clear-cut for these students, and I enjoy that. I enjoy the difficulty of working through these issues with these very engaged, very, very energetic students. But I think certainly that has helped me develop, I think, a very intuitive sense as to how I could, again, encourage lawyers that appear in front of me, because these lawyers that I soon to be lawyers that I teach in ITAP since they're 3Ls, third-year law students, they're just about ready to start practicing. And I think my experience of working with them, helping them, encouraging them along gives me good insight to a lot of the attorneys who would appear in front of me.
Thanks.
Mike, this past year, I'm sorry, did you have a question? No. In the past year, we've had some real challenges in the criminal justice system, and you're head of the Public Defender's Office. You want to spend a couple minutes telling us how you've met that challenge and representing your clients under somewhat trying conditions?
Yeah, to say it's been trying over the last year is a little bit of an understatement. It's been very difficult. One of the challenges that's facing public defenders across the nation is that as law school enrollment declines, and as, at least before the pandemic hit, as the economy had gotten better and jobs had become more readily available, a lot less people want to get into public interest. A lot less people want to apply for the public defender's office. And so for the last year and a half, we have had to get very creative with bringing in candidates for vacancies. And we have been very, very steadfast in our office in refusing to bring in anybody who's not going to help our clients. We don't want warm bodies in chairs. We want people who can do the job well. That's fair to our clients, it's fair to our office, and it's fair to the candidates that we bring in. Over the last year, one of the biggest challenges has been ensuring that people in the jail who don't need to be there during the pandemic are able to get out. And so early on in the pandemic, one of the, I think the good successes for Johnson County is that the district attorney's office and the public defender and the courts talked early about getting people out of custody who didn't need to be in custody. And so frankly, the jail population went down by several hundred people, as I recall, just by people talking to one another. So people who had health susceptibilities were released. People who couldn't make a bond were helped to get out. Bond reductions were done. A solid example of that would be the district attorney's office looked ahead to fugitive cases where people were incarcerated because of a fugitive case, figured out whether they were going to be able to get the warrant, and if they didn't, dismissed the case and got them out of custody. And so that cooperative working together as part of the criminal justice community, I thought was a good example of solid, zealous representation, but good cooperation where it's a win-win situation. The last thing that I would mention is because of the pandemic, there's been a lot of video court. And we have a number of clients who are sitting in custody waiting for trials. And we have tried to obviously get those cases moving along. I know the courts have ordered some mandatory mediation to try to resolve some of them. And what we've done is obviously we tried to get them out of custody by bond reductions, by trying to get some cooperation going on those cases. And it has been a struggle to try to get a lot of cases moving. Video court tends to slow things down rather than speed things up. And so we've spent a lot of time in the office training how to do video court, how to do evidentiary issues within that environment, and talked a lot about how we can move cases along and resolve cases in a speedy manner. And I think, again, that's one of those issues that there's been some cooperation from both sides on. And just as a matter of policy, I'll tell you that when video court started getting more prolific, there was a lot of thought around the defense bar, and I'm sure some people around the table can tell you this, that the defense bar should absolutely fight video court at any cost. And I think that is a legitimate point. In my opinion, it was something that was going to happen, and we needed to have influence in how it happened. And so still objecting to some of that video court happening, but being part of the solution and being part of the rules that are constantly being created or for video courts, I think is an important part of being part of a criminal justice community.
This is Laura McConwell. I have one more question. So how do you balance then the care that you've been giving to your clients with your need as a district court judge to move your cases along?
Could you explain a little bit more what you mean by that?
Well, we know that the vast majority of folks that come in and file are domestic related. Oh, Justice Wilson, Mr. Parrott's in. And you're on mute, Justice Wilson.
Mr. Parrott, we don't have a waiting room, so if you could sign off and then sign on again at about 9:32.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the answer to the question is, as a district court judge, obviously you have a lot of different people in front of you, a lot of different court users, and balancing those interests sometimes is difficult. When you have people who are in custody, obviously you want to do everything you can to give speedy hearing dates, etc. But in the context of family court, sometimes those cases draw out for quite a while. And so I think you do, as a judge, what you can as part of that criminal justice community to make sure that cases go forward in an expeditious manner, issues get resolved, and don't languish. And if there's somebody in custody, you do what you can to encourage the parties about that and to act when it's appropriate from a judge's perspective. I think you do what you can. I don't think any attorney can solve every problem in the courtroom, and I don't think any judge can. But if everybody works together in a cooperative fashion, staying in their role and doing their ethical duties, I think the result that comes out is usually fairly fair.
Do we have time for another question, Justice?
Yes, it's 9:26.
Michael, Greg Musil, we talk a lot about family court, and you've talked about the issues that come up there, but there are very complex business, financial questions that come up in family court in Johnson County that require, a level of accounting or whatever knowledge that I don't have. But how would you handle those? And so any examples that you've handled as a public defender where those types of issues have been part of a criminal case?
Yeah, with issues that perhaps I don't have an expertise in, obviously there's a learning curve that happens there. One of the things that I enjoy about, I have enjoyed certainly being a public defender, is every time there's a new topic that comes up in a case that I have to, become conversant in, I find that enjoyable. So I think learning things I have to as we go along is part of being a judge. I think relying on experts that are put on in those contexts is also helpful. Making sure that all of the facts get put on the record in a very deliberate way when all the attorneys are obviously in the courtroom, when pleadings are done. As far as intense financial cases that I've done over the years, I've popped into probate court once in a while to handle some issues that were related to my cases, having to do with the closing of an estate where there was some money that was being held in evidence in a criminal case. As far as just basic setting up spreadsheet type things where I'm comparing and I'm figuring out where the numbers add up and balances and all of that kind of thing, I've had those over the years. I can't think of any specific examples. I could tell you though that you could ask around the table. I think I'm very, very well qualified to pick up any new skills I would need to in that regard.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Just make a final comment. Mr. McCullough, you can also talk to the other judges and consult with them. And I've found when I was the district judge, that was a great resource.
Can I make a final comment, Justice?
Certainly.
I think one of the pluses from my experience as being a public defender is I meet all kinds of people. The diversity of thought that I've gained over 20 years, I think is significant. We have more interactions, for example, versus like a prosecutor, because we have to build the cases from the ground up. We have to have a lot of meetings with our clients. They go through all kinds of things. Really, they go through kind of the stages of grief sometimes. You can see it lived out in front of you. And I think that's allowed me over 23 years to gain a lot of different perspectives that I would have never gotten any other way. And I think that's something valuable that a judge can bring to the bench, diversity of thought.
I agree. Are there any other questions for Mr. McCullough? All right, thank you, Mr. McCullough. I've enjoyed getting to know you better. I appreciate your graciousness again with the glitches that we had at the beginning, and so I think you had a very good interview.
Thanks
If
so
you
much.
wouldn't mind pressing the leave button.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks.
Tiffany,
Okay.
real quick, Tiffany, if you go into settings on Zoom and have it so they have to be admitted in, they won't pop in. You have to do
We
the
have-
settings.
We have enabled the waiting room, so that can happen now. Sorry
Thank you.
about that. Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. I should have had a practice session with you yesterday on breakout rooms and waiting rooms.
Maybe we should try a new format where two of them are in there. It wouldn't be quite Texas death match, but it'd be like point counterpoint, and they could ask each other questions.
Always an attorney, always an attorney.
We don't yet have anyone in the waiting room, I don't think. Tiffany, you're still the host, is that correct?
That is correct. Do you want me to make you the host again? Turn it back to you.
Yeah. Let's take a chance.
Okay. It is yours.
Okay, well, we will just wait for Mr. Parrott to join then the waiting room, and he's our next interview. And he is in the room. Are we ready to go? I don't see Mr. Moriarty. He may have stepped away. Nope, he's there. Okay, I think we're all ready.
Doug, you're showing you're on mute. Aren't you starting off, with the initial question?
Good morning, Mr. Parrott.
Good morning again, everybody.
Thank you for adapting a little bit this morning. We had to set up the waiting room, and so I appreciate you getting out and getting back in. And I'm Justice Wilson, and I want to welcome you to your interview. On behalf of myself and the rest of the commission, I look forward to learning more about you. And so I will turn it over to the two people from the commission who were assigned to introduce you.
Well, good morning, Tel. Doug Brownlee here, and Rick Gwynn and I certainly appreciated the opportunity to interview you and listen to your story, and we really enjoyed getting to know you. Tel, could you talk to the panel about what experiences you have that you feel have helped prepare you for a position on the bench?
Well, thank you so much. I've been anxiously awaiting that kind of question for a little over a week now. So I'm really glad to get that this morning. I wanted to be an attorney since I was 7 years old, and I really lucked out in that because I know a lot of kids don't have that. But that's really painted the way that I've made a lot of decisions throughout my life. It covered some of the things that I wanted to do in high school and college, as far as speech competitions and debate and mock trial and engaging in those activities, because I knew that those would help me to accomplish the goals that I wanted to set out. That's just that I set out to do, and I've been fortunate that I've been able to do those things. I think that some of those experiences I think are very valuable for someone who might be joining the bench, in that they've really helped me adapt my communication style and my ability to communicate with people from all different walks of life. And whether that's clients that I've had to explain the law to who don't have much experience with that, or jurors who I'm trying to convince to agree with my argument and my set of the facts that I'm presenting, or whether that's other lawyers in negotiating, or whether it's judges and trying to convince them that the law says what I think that it does and what I'm trying to explain to them that it does. I think those are all valuable. I think the other some other life experience that's been very valuable is that because I've had these long-term goals and set out to do them, even when there have been roadblocks or things that make wanting to accomplish those goals difficult, even when those arise, I'm able to develop a plan to overcome them and to execute that plan. And look, nothing ever goes 100% smoothly, and that would be true on the bench as well. That would be true if I'm handling cases, if I'm handling a trial, or if I'm handling motions. Things are going to come up, and it's important to be able to adapt in those situations. And I think that my experiences have helped me to do that as well. I think the ability to, like I said, the ability to communicate with all different kinds of people, I think, is the most important thing. And I think that my communication style really allows that, and the things that have happened for me, and other areas of work that I've done have helped with that. I know I've officiated a lot of sports, and that helps as well in communicating with all different kinds of people in different emotional states. And those are all things that you're going to have to do if you're on the bench.
Till, this is Rick Gwynn. You are in sole practice, a solo practitioner, and one of the questions I asked early on was, is your motivation for taking on this job in any way financially motivated? And you expressed absolutely not the case that you're actually making more money now than you would be as a judge. One of the things that I think is of interest to our commission is your background and experience in the area of child needed care cases, child custody cases, because as you know, this position is for a domestic docket. And then also, if you could indicate your couple of contracts that you are currently under with various entities wherein you practice law. Please elaborate for me.
Sure. So I have a contract with the county to handle child in need of care work, and that's supposed to be a half-time contract, or 20 hours a week worth of child in need of care work. That deals, I'm a guardian ad litem, so I'm representing the best interests of minor children, or I'm representing parents whose children are involved in child in need of care cases. I currently have that contract. The other contract that I have is with the city of Lenexa to provide public defender services there. There are 2 attorneys that work in the city of Lenexa that have that. We have 2 public defender dockets per month there. And then clients call, you get appointed clients all the time. So they call, it's not a set number of hours except for the 2 dockets per month. You are correct. I'm not at all financially motivated to assume this position. It would, as you said, I'm making more money now than I would on the bench in private practice. And Mr. Gwynn, I'm sorry, I forgot the first part of your question. I got the contracts part.
I think just in terms of your caseload is probably a good thing for us to understand beyond the 2 contracts that you currently are involved with. What constitutes the remainder of your work as a solo practitioner?
Oh, yes. The rest of the work is almost exclusively family law. There's obviously the criminal work, some child in need of care work, but then family law, which is a lot of it's divorce work or paternity actions, which are very similar to divorce work. It's just child custody cases where the parties weren't married. So I have a lot of those pending in the county right now, and that is the family law has been the largest growing segment of my practice in the last year and a half.
And what do you do when you run into a situation as a solo practitioner with a question or an issue that you're not familiar with or need help with?
Well, I always like making sure that I find the right answer as opposed to the fastest answer. I've got a good support network of other attorneys that I talk to who have other experiences, sometimes more and just sometimes different experiences. And then also researching the law, making sure that I understand what it is that my client wants and what their goals are, and hoping that the law allows that. And if it does, then working towards that goal. And if it doesn't, then explaining that to my client and helping them to realize realistic goals and expectations and going from there.
This is a tough question, and this is my last question. You obviously are up against a very capable, accomplished group of 7 applicants. Have you thought about what distinguishes you from the others that should cause our commission to give you serious consideration?
Well, if I hadn't thought about it, I wouldn't think that I was doing a very good job in preparing for this. So I have. I think that there's really 3 big things that I think separate me from the rest of the panel. I think one is the enthusiasm that I bring to the table and energy. And that's just something that I've always had. And it's just the sheer desire and the love of doing this kind of work. People all the time talk about working for the weekends and how they hate the Mondays. I'm really fortunate. I don't have that feeling. Like I like coming to work. I really enjoy it. I look forward to it. This is something that I would do even if I won the lottery. And just because this is how I like spending my time, and I like helping people, and that's something that I can do. The second thing is that I think that I have a wider range of experiences than most of the other candidates. I don't want to, I know several of them individually, but I think that my experience is much more varied than theirs. I think that some of them have some more specific focus than I do. And obviously, a couple of the people have more experience doing specifically criminal defense work than I do, but I don't know that anyone else has the wide range that I have. And then the third is the other thing that I talked about in my ability to communicate and relate to other people. I think that I do that better than almost anyone, and can find different ways to communicate with people based on their communication styles and their needs. And I'm able to vary my communication style to help them.
Hell, this is Greg Musel. You've described a lot about this particular docket that we're looking for at this time. And we go through it about every time we meet as a commission, best athlete in the draft versus we're trying to fill a linebacker position. Tell me your view of that, and why you're the best athlete, if you will, knowing this doesn't necessarily end up as a family law judge. In fact, we know we're undergoing a transition of several judges now, and that will continue in the future as it has historically.
Well, to carry on your analogy, I think that for the most part, you should draft the best athlete because even when someone gets into a position, and so this opening right now is for family, but another judge is going to retire at some point. We don't know when, and when they do, the other judges are allowed to shift to different positions. And I just, at the courthouse, I think many of the judges have transferred to different sections and different types of law than where they started. Even some of the newer judges, Judge Wanell and Judge Schoenig, I know have moved at least once or twice since they took the bench, and that's within the last 5 years. So I think that it's important to take someone who is able to adapt and would be able to do multiple types of law, as opposed to this person's a family law judge and they'll be a family law judge until they retire or they're not retained.
Thank you.
Del, this is John Parisi. Could you, kind of a two-part question. One, could you educate us a little bit? I know you've covered this in the past, but your experience in being a judge pro tem and magistrate in Johnson County, and how you feel that separates you from other candidates, perhaps. And then I'd also like you to address what you believe is the most important quality in a judge.
Well, I do think that my experience as a pro tem is helpful in that I think that it's helpful in that I've gotten to experience a few different types of judging there. I mean, some of the time it was criminal. I've done the small claims. I've also done the limited actions docket, all three of those several different times. So I've gotten experience in different types of cases that I might be handling. I do think that having some experience is better than not having any. And I think that it's helpful. And I will say that doing that has really helped motivate me because I thought that I wanted to be a judge. And then as I have pro tem'd, that desire has only become furthered by doing that. And I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the process. I've actually enjoyed all the different types of cases that I've handled while I was pro temming, which I really kind of thought, frankly, I did not think that limited actions would be up my alley. And I did not really think that I would enjoy that, but I really did enjoy doing that and dealing with the attorneys in that docket who are not folks that I really had gotten to know very well. I think that the most important thing that a judge can do is to make sure that everyone has access, and that it's not just those who have the financial resources get access to the law, but that everyone has that access and the ability to make sure that the voices that are usually not heard get heard.
And how do you assure of that access? This is Rick Gwynn.
Well, I think one of the things, I think that it's important to understand that requests coming from lay people who in the public and those who are unrepresented and or underrepresented, their requests for access to the bench and for access to justice, frankly, are going to be different than those who have financial resources to hire advocates to seek out that justice. And I think that everybody should be entitled to equal justice regardless of their financial means. But I think that being able to communicate with non-lawyers in a way that is understandable to them is the best way to give a voice to the underheard and underrepresented.
Hey, Tel, this is Tom Bath. Can you give us an idea of how many sync cases you get a month or a year? And also, two-part question. It seems like you probably handle a lot of cases at one time, combined with all your cases, the public defender cases and Lenexa, and it seems to translate well to a domestic docket because they're going to have a lot of cases. So what's your caseload like?
I can't really tell you how many sync cases that I handle per year because they seem to never end. So it's really hard. It's really hard telling. I have roughly 60 families involved in the sync docket. So each child gets a different case number. So if there's one family with 4 children, I get 4 case numbers for that. And if I'm a guardian ad litem, I kind of consider that to be 4 cases because I have to work on each of those children. But if I'm representing a parent in one of those cases, I'm only representing one parent, even if it's for the 4 children. So it's less work. But the way that I kind of do it is I have about 60 sync cases open at any time. I have about 20 private cases. Obviously, that varies and goes up and down. And I always try to have more of those when I can. And then the city of Lenexa, I can tell you that on the statistics, I did 180 cases for them in 2019. That's how many that got closed. 2020 has been a lot less because we haven't been able to have trials and things of that nature. But right now I have about 130 open cases, give or take. And I do think that that would translate well to a family law docket because there will be a lot of cases, and it's important that you can prioritize what you need to do and use time management and be very efficient.
Tel, this is Greg Musil. I don't want to ask too many questions, but since nobody else buzzed in, tell me what you've seen about a judge somewhere that did something you would never do, and tell me about a judge that did something that you say, hey, I'm going to emulate that.
Well, I know that there are judges that have in their courts when people could go there, they've had some strict and hard rules on attire for the public. And while I understand why they would do that and why they would call individuals out for not dressing what they think is appropriately for court, that's not a thing that I would do. I think that there are people who do not dress appropriately for court. I definitely think that, but I don't know what all of their stories are and what they're trying to do and accomplish. And I don't think that calling them out is really something that ought to be done. So that's something that I've seen judges do that is not a thing that I would do. I have seen several judges who like to talk to the attorneys and the parties before serious litigation is about to occur. And I feel like doing that and talking and being communicative with the parties, I think is very helpful. And I think that helps all of the attorneys involved know what's going on. And when there's not attorneys, I think it helps all of the litigants know what's going on. And I think that doing that and opening up those lines of communications are really good and really valuable. And that is something that I would try to emulate.
Mr. Parrott, I have a question. How do you see yourself as a member of the general community? And what are some of the things that you might continue to do, even though the judicial code applies to you at all times? What do you think you would like to do in that regard?
Well, I have a son who's in 7th grade and a stepdaughter who's in 8th grade. So for the next 5 years, I know that I'm going to be involved in school activities, the PTA, and those are things that I would like to remain involved in and give time to while they're still in the nest, so to speak. I know that I'd like to stay involved with that. My friends, as we've gotten older, have really gotten into some golfing. So playing a lot of golf with them is something that I would also hope to stay involved in. But I'd like to be involved as a member of the community, and I would like to be able to reach out to people who aren't usually affected and don't know attorneys and judges. So I think that working and volunteering, I do think in the PTAs, I think those things are positive, and with schools, I think are positive, because not that volunteering with the Bar Association isn't great. It is, but you're around a whole bunch of other lawyers who all are doing lawyer things all the time. And so, I mean, I would spend time with that as well, but it would be important to spend time outside of that.
This is Justice Wilson again. Mr. Parrott, what are some of the things that you want to remember about practicing law when you're on the bench?
I want to remember how difficult some clients can be, and how you have to make arguments because that's what your job is, even when you don't necessarily believe in them. Obviously, arguing ethically, but sometimes you're required to make bad arguments for clients, and there's just nothing that you can do about it. And sometimes you're required to make arguments that you know are losers, but you have to go and do it. And when I'm on the bench, I hope to remember that, so that I understand and don't lose patience and things when attorneys have to do those things.
Del, this is John Parisi again. In regards to being on the bench, what is your philosophy about keeping things moving? We're in COVID world now, and so everything's a little bit, skewed, but let's assume we're beyond the COVID world and we're back with a vaccine to having trials and, moving cases. What is your philosophy in regards to getting cases moved on your docket versus what you've expressed in terms of kind of letting everybody have their say? Where's your balance?
I think that the balance is making sure that everybody gets their say, and then you have to make tough decisions. And that's just the job. I think that it's important that they are heard. Whether or not they're listened to or agreed with is a completely different story as to than whether or not they're heard. And I think getting cases done and moving cases through, I think, is important. And so the goal will be, one of my philosophies would be, we should have these cases moving, and people should be able to gain finality, and gain, as opposed to not knowing what's going on for their future. They ought to be able to know, whether it's good or bad. Having someone on the bench be able to listen to them and then make a decision is important, and getting them to that point, I think, is important. Not just letting things wallow and hang around for years and years and years. I think this is especially true in a family law docket where you've got children involved. I think it's important to give them some kind of finality so that they have some stability and can know what their future looks like.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Parrott?
Yes, I have one. This is Sam Turner. In addition to your work as a public defender, and even in your private practice, I know you've explained the clientele, ethnic backgrounds, well, more economical backgrounds, I think you referred to, and just some of the mental health issues. What have you done outside of your job to be an advocate for these folks?
Well, when I had Facebook and was involved, I would try to constantly spread articles and news about mental health, and try to encourage people that I know that is a problem, and that is a problem that politically I don't think has a side, but I think that everybody can acknowledge that we don't have enough resources for mental health, and that there ought to be more resources for mental health. And if we don't have any, we're going to open ourselves up to another a slew of problems because of that. So just trying to let people know and hopefully encourage them to do things to increase the resources for mental health.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Parrott? All right, Mr. Parrott, if you want to take just a minute and give us closing remarks.
Well, thank you all for having me today, and thanks for listening to my interview again. I appreciate that. This is the second time that I've seen you all in just under 6 months, which some of my friends I haven't seen that often with the COVID in the last 6 months. So I do appreciate you all taking the time and listening. I know that you all have some very important decisions to make. I do think that I have the most varied experience of any of the candidates, and I think that that would make me the strongest candidate for this position. And like I said before, I think my ability to communicate with lots of different people in all different walks of life and my experience doing that is an essential skill for someone to take the bench. And I really appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Parrott. I enjoyed getting to know you better, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind ending your session, just press end session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and members of the commission, Chris J. Ram has entered the waiting room. Give me a hands up if you would like to just take a couple of minutes for a break. Now would be a good time. Okay, let's do that. It's 10 o'clock now. Let's just take 5 minutes, okay?
Tiffany, you at your office at the Supreme Court building? Yeah, I was figuring it looked like that was your background.
Yes.
I assume the justices are there hit and miss, primarily
Exactly.
working from home. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You know, Judge Boozer?
I know who he is. Yes. But I don't know him that well.
He's a great guy. There's several of us that know him pretty well. Moriarty and Tatum and Tom Bath and I are all former DAs in the same office, and Boozer was always the character. So he's a very funny guy.
That's great.
At some point, if you run into him, say, hey, a bunch of the guys on the commission said, hey.
We'll do that.
I was on a CJE there was a Zoom yesterday for the Johnson County Bar Association, and he asked a question. His question to Karen Arnold Berger was, which Court of Appeals judge is your favorite?
There you go. That does not surprise me.
Yes.
He always introduces his wife, Holly, as, I'd like you to introduce you to my former first wife, Holly Boozer. I just think that's very funny. I'm sorry, my future former first wife or something like that. It's very funny.
He is very funny.
Okay, we have one person in the waiting room, Chris J. Ram. I don't see Joe Beveridge yet.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. And I think Mr. Moriarty, we're still waiting for.
Okay, so I have a question. Usually on all my Zoom calls, when I go away, we have my picture, like the one there for Kevin's. But
Yes.
for some reason on this, it just says my name. And so I've been trying to figure out on settings, but does anybody, do I have to go? Anybody?
And I
know?
don't know.
That's the same with mine. I always
Yeah.
have a picture and it just says my name this time, but I don't know why.
Well, you know what? I'm going to figure that out, and then I will send you an email.
Yeah. Let me know. I was kind of fiddling too, but I was like, oh, it's not that important, but you're
Yeah.
right. It is strange.
Because I know I have the trouble with web. I haven't figured it out with WebEx, but I haven't taken the time to try to do it. Well, and then I found the filter and everything, and I thought I didn't want to kick myself out or come up with some funny filter, which
Yeah.
is inappropriate.
It is being recorded.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so I think we're all here. I have a box right in the middle of my screen that tells me who's waiting in the waiting room, but I think everyone is here now. Is that right? Okay, I'm going to let Mr. J. Ram in. Good morning, Mr. J. Ram.
Good morning, Justice. How are you?
I'm great. It's good to see you again. I look forward to visiting with you and getting to know you better this morning. Welcome to your interview. The first thing I'm going to do is turn the floor over to the two people who were assigned to do visit with you and present you to the commission.
Good morning, Chris. John Parisi. How are you doing this morning?
Great. How are you, John?
I'm just fantastic. Listen, Stephanie Moore and I had the opportunity to meet with you by video a little more than a week ago. And at that point in time, I think we decided that rather than throwing out the softball question, we were just going to allow you to introduce yourself again to the committee and give approximately 3 minutes or so explaining to us why you're the best candidate for this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody is well and safe, and I really appreciate your time this morning. In terms of why I believe I am uniquely qualified for this current position, I think that there are a number of reasons. And first, I think you look at my professional experience and you if you consider the fact that I've been a practicing civil trial lawyer for over 20 years here in the community, practicing in Johnson County as well as other jurisdictions throughout the state of Kansas, I clearly have a broad spectrum of experience, a wide variety of cases. And my understanding is this is going to be a family docket, much like the last docket that I was on the panel to the governor for. And I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on what that is going to entail on a day-to-day basis. It's going to be Judge Gillenborg's docket, as I understand it, since she's moved to criminal. I did want to make sure, and I talked to her over the past several months about her experiences on that docket, because I think it's important to get a feel for what that looks like and what her experience has been. And so I had a chance to talk to her in detail about that. I also reached out and made sure that I talked to some of the other family court judges, such as Judge Burmaster, one of the newer judges, who also has a family court docket, as well as Judge Foth before he switched his docket. And so I think I have a pretty good handle on what would be the responsibilities and how that would look if I were fortunate enough to have the in terms of my experience, you know, one of the things that I think is noteworthy is virtually all of my cases are civil cases where the rules of civil procedure and the rules of evidence that are applied in my cases are going to be equally applicable in the family court dockets. The Family Code, Chapter 23, states that both the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure are going to apply in those forums. And so I'm going to be able to walk in on day one and know the procedures. I'm going to be familiar with them, and they're not going to be anything that's new to me, which I think not everybody that's applied for this particular position will be able to say. Secondarily, I think just from the substantive aspect of my practice, I think there are a number of places where there is massive overlap between what I do and what I would see on a day-to-day basis as a family court and family law judge. Example, you know, one of the things that I have in many, many cases over the years is dealing with property disputes and property valuation. That's one of the obviously significant parts of, you know, a family law matter is division of property, valuation of property, and making sure that that is divided just, fairly, and equitably. I also have handled regularly throughout the years juvenile matters on a pro bono basis, particularly in Jackson County. And, you know, one of the primary concerns in those juvenile matters are the best interests of the child, which is the exact same standard that you apply in family court matters when children are involved. And so that's one of the primary aspects from talking to all of the family court judges. They tell me that that is the overwhelming issue that arises in matters in the family courts that require significant attention. So those concepts that I'm, and then lastly, many of my civil cases involve not only legal claims, but equitable claims. And so I have significant years of experience dealing with claims that sound in equity. And so you're looking at what is just, what is fair. And so those concepts are intimately familiar to me based upon my experience over the past 20 some years. And so I'll be able to readily apply those on day one. Additionally, I think it's important to look at kind of my skill set that I've developed over the past 20 years, which is, you know, I have the ability to quickly analyze and assess new substantive topics when it needs to happen, and then to master them and apply them in cases. And case in point, you know, I had a business case that I've been working on over the past several years that ultimately our client passed away, and that spun off a variety of trust and estate matters. And John Parisi, there was a letter that was recently sent by my co-counsel involving that matter that we tried to the court over the past several months. We started in September and tried it to the court in September, October, and November. And that was something that I'm really proud of, the fact that, you know, in about a year, I was able to learn, dig into, and understand the nuances of trust and estates law such that I could try a case as co-lead counsel in the case. And so I think that's important, to be able to digest new areas of law. And I think that sets me apart from some of the other candidates. I think In addition to that professional experience, and I'm sure hopefully have a chance to talk about this a little bit more, but I also think my personal experience outside of the practice of law makes me uniquely qualified. And I think if you look at whether it's my individual family background, being, the son of an Indian immigrant from Mysore, India, and a farm girl from Fredonia, Kansas, or the missionary work I did in East Africa, or taking my family to expose them to South American cultures and communities and get that experience, or my over a decade of working with youth athletes and their families in a competitive sports environment and helping them develop and grow as individuals. I think all of those experiences are going to really help me and position me uniquely for the position of a district court position, because those experiences outside of the practice of law are really going to help me to empathize with and understand and communicate with litigants that would come before me that may not have the same background, but at least I have some perspective on what they may be going through, and I may be able to better effectively communicate with them throughout the process. So I hope we have a chance to talk about that a lot more. I'm happy to talk about any or all of that, or answer any specific questions that.
Well, Annabeth Serbaugh here. You have a pretty successful, I would say very successful corporate practice. Why do you want to be a judge? You got to be making more money.
That's a good question, and I appreciate you asking that. This is something that I'm sure you can see from my application. I've applied several times now for the past 4 or 5 years, and it's something that I'm really passionate about, serving our community, and that's something that was instilled by my parents from a very early age, and they've not only talked it but walked the walk. My dad is a pediatrician, and his primary focus is in the Wyandotte County area, which is an underserviced area for primary care. And that's where he felt a passion and really wanted to serve that community. And likewise, my mom, after my 2 siblings and I were old enough that we didn't need to be full-time cared by my parents, my mom went back and got a second bachelor's degree in social work, and got her master's degree in social work so that she could become a guidance counselor. And she worked as a counselor for school districts over in some of the more impoverished areas in eastern Kansas, where they just didn't have those resources. And she also, spent most of her time before she passed several years ago working in different capacities for nonprofits doing the same type of things, whether it's Operation Breakthrough with Sister Berta, or the Learning Club over in KCK. Those were all opportunities and experiences that they were really passionate about, and that rubbed off on me. And, I love what I do as a private practitioner. I've got a great firm that I work with and fantastic partners. And I do serve my clients, and I enjoyed it over the past 20 years. But I think it's important, and it's something that I've really, over the past 5 or 6 years, I've really been focused on figuring out a way that I can impact our community more. And so that's why I want to be a district court judge.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris,
Yes.
Doug Brownlee here. And that was fascinating stories you told about, and kind of what I think I heard was a wide experiences of almost your entire family engaging in service projects and several different continents. I think the public would just love to hear a little bit more about what your core values are, what your worldview is, and what drives your inner core to make you the person that you are.
Wow, that's a big question. I appreciate it. So I guess my core values are, the things that are family and community. And I think, particularly in the world that we live in, I think it's important to set examples for people. I think that there's a lot of, unfortunately nowadays, there's a lot of bad examples and things that, takes away from the public's perception of what we do as lawyers or what we do as a judicial system. And so to me, I think it's really important that we have good examples that people can look to and then have confidence in our system. I think there's a severe shortage these days of confidence in our legal system, in our government in many respects. And so I think that's important to me. And I think the way that you do that is you try and understand not only your neighbors, but the people that may not live in the same neighborhood, that may have different experiences, and understand that even though doing all of these different things that I've done, whether it's going to Africa and serving these communities, it gives you really a perspective of how fortunate I've been throughout my life with all the opportunities I've had. And I want to share that experience and share the benefits that I've reaped with other people by serving our community. And so those are important things to me. And I think I've tried to live as a professional, as an attorney, living up to those standards. And I would hope that I would be able to further exemplify that as a district court judge.
Thank you.
Chris, this is Rick. This is a off the wall question, but I was intrigued by your getting on the soccer field with the, I think it was when you were in Africa. Am I correct? Was it Africa?
Yes.
And obviously knowing that soccer is very big in Africa and knowing that you're an exceptional soccer player, just curious how that, whether you were looked at as, oh my gosh, this guy's good, or I'm just curious as to what transpired there.
Well, I appreciate the question, Rick, and I'm not sure that anybody would say I'm really all that good anymore. I'm a little old and long in the tooth to be really good, especially when I'm playing against 14, 15, and 16-year-old young men. But it was a fascinating and really, really enjoyable experience. I was teaching part of my time there at a middle school, essentially. It was before the collegiate level. So it was up to ages 15 and 16 in Kenya. And so the soccer field was actually just a big patch of dirt with all sorts of ruts and divots. And I've got a great picture in my office. The goalposts were tree branches that were strung around, and it's, it really is why it's the world's game. Because you don't need anything other than a ball and some sticks and a flat place to play. But we had a blast out there, and I had a uniform drive before I went over there. And so I brought hundreds of uniforms and gave them to the school. And so they all got to wear uniforms, which was a big deal because, they don't have all the nice gear that we see here in the United States. And so they got high quality gear to play in. So they were really excited, and we had multiple teams that played. And there's this American who's coming over, and they thought it was great to compete against me. And, if they beat me one time, they were super excited and talking and yelling and screaming. And when I smoked them every once in a while, they would laugh and they'd make fun of the kid who got beat. So it was a great experience, and I really enjoyed it.
Chris, Greg Musil, you just about lost me when you described yourself as old and long in the tooth. Compared to myself, but tell the commission something you've seen a judge do that you would never do, you remember, and something you've seen a judge do that you thought, I want to do that if I ever make it on the bench.
Well, I guess I would say the things that I've seen judges do that I would hope to emulate is, I think that the best judges that I've seen have gone out of their way to, even if it's a hearing where, the lawyers are the ones doing primarily the talking or argument, and there's not really any evidence that's taken. The judges that I think that have made the biggest impact on the litigants in the courtroom are the ones that then go ahead, not only and explain it, but explain what they're doing and why. So that everybody understands, including the lay people. And I think that's incredibly important, and would be incredibly important, especially on a family law docket where, you're going to have a lot of pro se litigants who may or may not be all that familiar with the process. And so I've been really impressed with judges like Judge Gurney, out there. Or I've had cases with Judge Lungstrom back in the day, and he took the time to explain exactly what we were doing and why we were doing it, and justifying decisions and articulating them in a way that was understandable, whether you were a lawyer or not. And I think that's incredibly valuable. The things that I guess I've seen on occasion, judges that don't have time to explain because of whatever the docket is, and have expressed frustration when people want to. And again, to me, I think it's really important from the public's perception that we encourage their understanding of the process, so that they feel like they're being heard and they feel like they've gotten a fair shake. Because I think that you can always come up with the right answer, but if you're not explaining it in a way that people understand and making them feel like they're part of the process, you may come up with the right result, but they may walk away feeling less than satisfied. And so I think it's not just getting to the right result, but it's explaining it and presenting the issues and the findings in a way that's going to give them comfort that they did get their day in court. And so that's what I would try and avoid as a judge.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, Tom Bath here. Can you give us some examples where you've done maybe court-appointed work or pro bono work?
Yeah, specifically, I have done, well, first off, I volunteer on the pro bono panel for the District of Kansas. And so I've been appointed to at least one that I can remember. That's not very often that you see those appointments in the District of Kansas on civil cases. But I routinely, over the past 20 some years since I moved back to the Kansas City area from Oregon, have taken at least one and sometimes two cases a year in Jackson County on the juvenile docket, where you get appointed those cases. And so, early on in my career when I was associate, I'd not only get those appointed, but some of my senior partners tended to send me to those. And I don't know that that's an unusual experience in a mid-size or larger firm, but so I ended up with a lot more experience when I was younger. But I took that experience, and so I handle all of my own juvenile cases since I've become a member of the firm. And so I handle at least one of those a year. And so I always have at least one or two on my docket. And I actually enjoyed working with those families in whatever capacity it is, whether it's one of the natural parents or one of the juveniles, because I think it does give me a different perspective. And so I enjoy doing it, and I think it's important to do, not only for public service purposes, but also because it makes me a better, more well-rounded attorney, I think.
Okay,
Joe
well,
Beveridge here. Oh, okay.
No, go ahead, Joe.
So this process has got to be pretty time consuming and stressful. And when you get close, maybe even pretty disappointing. I'm wondering if, the decision-making process to apply again, was it a hard decision to make, or how did you handle that?
Well, it's never easy being told no. And for lawyers who are inevitably fairly competitive, trial lawyers that are competitive, when you don't get something or you're not successful, that it's difficult. But I felt like the last time through with the governor, I felt like I had a great interview with this commission, and I was very pleased and fortunate to be selected. I thought I had some great discussions with the governor and her staff. And, I was excited about that docket, and this is going to be a similar situation. And so even though I was disappointed, I was not discouraged. And so it was one of those things that, you pick yourself up back off the ground and you decide this is something that I'm passionate about and want to do. And, you move forward. And so that's where I am.
Thanks.
Mr. Tatum.
I had a follow-up question. You mentioned pro se litigants, and in family court, I think you get a fair number of litigants who want to represent themselves. And probably among the many challenges of family court, those are challenging. And I wonder if you've thought about that or have some thoughts about that with self-represented folks.
Thank you, Judge. I have, and I actually have discussed that with Judge Gillenborg because that was, something that came up. And I even went back and did some research and looked at the case statistics. And, if you look at over the past 10 years, there's somewhere in Johnson County between 2,000 and 2,500 domestic cases that are filed in a given year. And around 50% of them have at least one pro se litigant. So it's a pretty significant number that want to represent themselves. And I think, I've with pro se litigants. So I've had that experience before. I know the law on the issue in terms of how courts are supposed to deal with pro se litigants. They're supposed to comply with the rules, but you are supposed to provide them with the latitude because of their relative unfamiliarity necessarily with the process and the procedures and the law. To me, I think, it's inevitable that there is going to be pro se litigants in a family court. And I think it's important that we make sure that they do comply with the rules just as if, they were represented by counsel. But I think you have to balance that and be cognizant of the fact that they're not going to be able to do it quite as well. So I think there are certain things that you'd have to be clear about, that this is something you need to make sure you're complying with. And then also when they're maybe not dotting every I and crossing, you probably need to think about cutting them some slack and treating them a little bit with kid gloves and a little bit differently, while still articulating, hey, look, this is important. You need to pay attention to these issues, so that they feel heard and feel like they're getting a fair shake during the process, just as if they were represented by counsel. So I think it's something that is going to continue to be an issue, especially with the situation that we're presented with and economic hardships that people are going to have. And so I think the judge that gets this division needs to be cognizant of that. And I think I'm aware of it and would be able to handle it well.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of Mr. J-Ram? All right, Mr. J-Ram, I've enjoyed getting to know you better. And if you'd like to make just a few closing remarks, we have another minute if you'd like.
Thank you, Justice. And I appreciate everybody's time here. And it's been, as always, a pleasure. I hopefully have been able to communicate and express that I'm excited about this opportunity again. And I'm super excited to be back in front of all of y'all. As I said originally, to start off, I think I'm uniquely qualified for this particular position. I think it's the right place. Johnson County is where I was born and raised and where I raised my kids. And I'm, connected and passionate about the community. I think it's the right time for me professionally. I think, I've got the right level of experience and have the right background. And I think, I'm the right candidate for this position, and I'm committed to working hard to serve our community here in Johnson County if I were fortunate enough to receive that position. So I really appreciate everybody's time and consideration here today. And I would be very grateful for your support.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. J-Ram. If you could please press end meeting. Take care.
Appreciate it. Take care, everyone. Happy holidays.
Thanks. Thanks.
Right. Kevin Breer is in the waiting room. Would anybody like to take a short break before we proceed?
Justice Wilson, this is John Parisi. During Mr. J-Ram's presentation, I was getting a lot of cutout. Was it just me, or did everybody else experience that?
I did too.
Yeah, a lot of us were.
My assumption is that it was Chris's connection and not the rest of us.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
Just making sure that was the case. Thanks.
And don't be afraid to say something. I never know whether it's mine or theirs, but this happens every once in a while on a Zoom meeting. If you ever feel like you haven't heard something, don't be shy about asking the candidate to repeat himself.
Justice Stephanie Moore here. Can I just state, maybe for our record, that I personally don't feel like the slowness in his responses caused any problem with understanding his point that he was making.
I agree. I was able to figure out everything he was saying.
I don't want anybody to think we weren't fully listening to what he was saying.
I agree.
So I felt too. Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. All right, does anyone need a break before we let in Mr. Breer? I see no hands. So let's let's go. As Ms. Herrera says, let's go. Okay, I like that. I'm going to use that. Good morning. Are you Kevin Breer?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Justice.
All right. It's good to see you. I've been looking forward to getting to know you. And so if you're ready, I will turn it over to the two people who were assigned to introduce you.
Very good.
Well, Tom Bath and I were together as a team again for the second time, but with a different candidate. And we shared a wonderful visit with you for more than an hour. And I think we agreed the first question we'd like to hear from you is, why do you want to be a judge?
Well, thanks, Annabeth. It really comes down to my desire, my interest in helping people solve problems. It's why I went to law school to start with. I recently, a couple of years ago, took the classes at Johnson County for my mediation certificate and been involved in several arbitrations. I'm a child of parents who divorced when I was 11 years old. And I think I spent several years prior to that trying to mediate their arguments, obviously to no avail. But it is in me, I think my disposition, my personality is such that I want to help people resolve their disputes by listening actively, by applying the facts that I hear in the testimony, and then also applying the law. I just have a lot of interest in doing that. You've probably interviewed in the past or know lawyers who come out and they are, super fiery and always go nuclear on every case. And that's not my personality whatsoever. As you might be able to tell, I just really think it's important for people to have their problems listened to and decided if it's by way of trial, if it's by way of mediation, or it's by way of the parties settling their own cases. I just have a strong interest in helping people and helping people resolve their issues. And I think being a judge is kind of the next logical step. I've enjoyed my own practice, but I think I can have a greater impact on the community and a greater impact on people by being a district court judge.
Thank you.
Kevin, Greg Musil. I know you well enough to know that you're a good, strong advocate for your clients. And that's what we do as lawyers. But as a judge, you do have to make a decision. And in family law, I think those are the hardest decisions anywhere because they affect people so directly. And they're always judgment calls. I mean, it's very seldom are you going to have a clear decision. How do you approach that? And maybe how does your mediation experience help you become the decider when you make that final decision?
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg, I look to Judge McLean, quite frankly, as kind of my role model for mediations. And he would come in and say a few words and then listen and open the door up to the parties and let them just pour their heart out on the table. And I think a lot of times that incentivized them or made them feel better about resolving things. I've sat pro tem for Judge Moriarty. I've sat pro tem for Judge Vokins. I've handled a handful of arbitrations with Judge McLean and Richard Ryan. And in all those circumstances, especially the Chapter 61 limited actions docket, you don't have 2 seconds to go back and think about an issue or try to resolve it. It's right there in front of you. The docket might have 50, 60, 70 cases on it. And so I feel comfortable doing that. I think it's very helpful that I have 20 plus years legal experience. I've seen a lot of variety of cases. And I do think that making decisions kind of at the time is important. I know I've been in plenty of trials where the judge has taken the matter under advisement, and that's okay. And sometimes the cases are more complicated or maybe require some additional research. But my clients, on the other hand, I think have really appreciated it, mostly because they're very nervous about the outcome when the judge announces the decision right there. And I'm talking about a bench trial, obviously. And I think that's one of the goals, is to make sure that the participants, whether it's the lawyers or the folks who are applying for relief, they want to be heard. And quite frankly, I think what they want is some closure. And so making a decision is important. And I don't have a problem making a decision on the fly based upon my experience, listening to the evidence and applying the rules that will be applicable in a particular case.
Kevin, this is Rick Wynn asking the question. I can say with all candor, your application and resume that you submitted is, if not the most impressive, very close to being the most impressive that I've seen since I've been on the commission, which is like 5 years or so. And so I'm very much struggling with what I ultimately need to decide today. And the struggle has to do with the fact that there are, in my opinion, unfortunately, more than 3 of you that qualify to be a finalist if we choose to go the 3-person route. And you're first up. I mean, this is the first time you've applied. And so I guess I recognize that it's my call and not your call, but I'm just wanting to give you the opportunity to explain why you believe that you are appropriate to be one of the finalists.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, Rick. I do think there are really great applicants. I think very highly of Judge Ashford and Chris J. Ram. I know them better than the other applicants. I will say a couple of the applicants I don't know. I know Vanessa from law school, and I haven't probably seen her for 10 years, but I know she's highly regarded. I think what I bring to the table, I mean, I hope that I have demonstrated, at least in the application, that I've done as much I think as possible in the legal community in the last 20 years. I've loved participating with the Inn of Court, as well as the Johnson County Bar Association. I hope that my leadership skills there demonstrate that I could handle the job of being a district court judge, whether it be working on the board as an up-and-coming officer or leading the meetings as president. I also hope that my disposition, as I mentioned earlier, I think is appropriate for a district court judge to be able to listen to both sides, to be able to make fair decisions. And while I think all of the applicants have those characteristics, I feel, I guess, in my heart that I really would do a good job at this role, and it'd be something that both the commission, the governor, and the other sitting judges in Johnson County would be proud of.
Thank you.
Kevin, this is Joe Beveridge. I wonder if you'd take a moment to talk about your civic and charitable activities, specifically the Man of the Year candidate for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
Yes, not just a lawyer, obviously, and I don't just hang out with lawyers all the time. I do like to engage in civic activities. That was one where I was nominated by another attorney, and it was a lot of fun. I think I raised $5,000, which was, looking back, was not very much. I think the last candidate I went to a fundraiser over at Brewery Imperial, and someone told me the last candidate raised like $175,000. So I wasn't even close. I think the numbers are so much higher now. But it was a lot of fun meeting new people. There was really no one else from the legal field that year. And so making new friends was fantastic. I've also spent the last, I believe, 7 years on the Westwood Planning Commission, volunteer position appointed by the mayor of Westwood. We meet once a month. And then, of course, there's lots of other committee work. I just got assigned to a committee to discuss the exciting topic of fences and driveways. So, and then for the last couple of years, I was a Boy Scout growing up. I did not make Eagle. I was a little bit short, but I've been very excited because my son really, really wanted to do Cub Scouts. And so I immediately volunteered to be his den leader. We had a den of 21 kids. It was pretty tough, but we've had a fun time. We've tried to carry that over to the kind of COVID timeframe now of doing stuff by Zoom. Some of you know my wife was diagnosed with cancer in January of 2019. One of the things that really helped her was a group called Healing Chair, where they bring a special chair to your house so that you can recover after your surgery, in her case, double mastectomy. And so I started volunteering for that, basically hauling the chair around in the back of my Jeep to whoever was the next person who needed it. And I'm telling you what, you walk in someone's house and you see their face and they have the same scared look that my wife did prior to her surgery. And we left every house with hugs, and then would get in the car and make friends with the person on Facebook so we could keep track of their progress and give them words of encouragement. I've also done some volunteer work for Rose Brooks with a bunch of other guys, where we raise and collect products for the women, sanitary products every year. And then recently have taken on doing some legal work for Moxa. In the past, I've done some stuff for Safe Home. So I just try to get out there and meet people that are not in the legal field necessarily, make new friends, make new connections, and hope that I'm doing something good in the community that people recognize.
Hey, Kevin, this is Laura. I have one question that I've heard. And how are you doing?
Oh, good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. So I've heard from other judges, and maybe Judge Tatum or Judge Moriarty can talk about this, is that being a district court judge sometimes feels kind of lonely because you don't do some of the networking and and I know you're very social. So I don't know talk to me about that.
Well, that's a fair question, and I've thought about that a lot. For those of you who don't know, I followed Laura as president of the Johnson County Bar Association. You know, I heard this from Justice Abbott when I worked for him all the time. He claimed his only friend was a judge down the hall, and they would go to KU basketball games and Chiefs football games. But he would also go to the Topeka Country Club and run into lawyers and say hi. That is, I think, a concern, although I think it's less of a concern now. I've been to a lot of Johnson County bar events, and Judge Sutherland, Judge Ryan, other judges still attend while maintaining the integrity and the respect of the office. And I'm not going to stop working for the Johnson County Bar. I mentioned that the other day in my year-end luncheon. I love the Bar Association. I don't want to disappear. I'm going to continue to volunteer, whether that be with the Johnson County Friends of Disability cleanups that we do twice a year, or we're doing pre-COVID, and then attending lunches. And those are my way, I think, that I can continue to network, and maybe network's the wrong word, but be around other folks and maintain kind of a social life. On top of that, I mean, quite frankly, I've got a lot of friends that are not lawyers. So, you know, they don't care whether I'm a judge or not, or whether I'm a lawyer, or whether I'm the guy, you know, pick up the trash. And it's helped a lot. Keaton is at school. We met a lot of friends with the parents of his friends. Obviously, that's how that works. And so I plan to continue to do all of that.
Awesome.
James Griffith, question I want to ask is, in the law, in your current role, in future as a judge, you're going to encounter a lot of people, like you say, who aren't lawyers. How do you make sure that they feel as invested in the system as the professionals do?
And I've seen that a lot, maybe more since 2008, when the cost of hiring a lawyer has become, you know, it's kind of crazy. The price, and a lot of individuals end up deciding to go pro se. And so I'll have pro se opposing parties in my cases. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes it's actually more fun talking to them than my own clients. I think the key is, quite frankly, listening and caring. And it's not a game or it's not an act. It really is caring about their point of view, listening to their point of view. You know, when a client comes to you, they give you their point of view. And almost always, 99.9% of the time, there's another side to the story that is equally compelling or has compelling interest in it. And I've seen judges take time out to make sure that the pro se litigants are heard. I've seen judges ask, you know, do you have any more questions, while kind of teetering on the fact that obviously you can't give legal advice. But I hope that part of it is just a personality of listening and a personality of making them feel comfortable in the courtroom, because it's scary. I mean, it's scary still. After 20 years, sometimes you show up and you're like, what's going to happen today? Or you're nervous. Imagine someone who's never been there before. And here we about ready to have a brand new courthouse with new rooms that hardly anybody's seen. I think that it's good to take time to make sure they feel welcome. I've seen judges offer water, offer coffee, etc. I think all that kind of stuff is the same kind of manner in which you welcome a stranger into your house. Why wouldn't you treat them with respect, with care, and hear their case? And you know what? I've seen pro se litigants beat the heck out of lawyers in trials and hearings. And as a matter of fact, one of the cases that I think I highlighted on my application involving the HOA involved some fellow attorneys at Pulcinelli who had a lot of background and experience and had gone to a great law school, and they got beat by some pro se representatives. Now I end up, prevailing on the Court of Appeals, but these pro se folks did a great job. And so we shouldn't always assume they can't do it. But I think listening, caring, and making them feel welcome is key to them having a feel for the legal process.
Hey, Kevin, this is Tom Bath. Why now? Why not 5 years ago or 3 years ago?
That's a good question. And maybe this is corny as heck, but I did not like it in law school when I had law school professors who went straight through and then became my professor without any practical experience. And for whatever reason, in my mind, I always thought that a really good judge ought to have 15 to 20 years experience. And I might have applied a couple of years ago, but I was in the middle of trying to be the president or president-elect of the Bar Association, simultaneously be the president-elect of the Inns of Court. And then, as I mentioned, Kelly got diagnosed with breast cancer in January of 2019. That would have been a horrible time to apply. Obviously, my goal, it still is, the focus is on her and the family. But I think 20 years is a good time frame. I remember Justice Abbott used to say all the time that, and this is not true anymore, but being a district court judge was kind of a later in career, silver hair job. And I've got a little, but it's not very much. But I just think having a lot of experience is helpful. I know I've got some friends in Western Kansas, and there's not as many applicants out there that ended up on the bench after 5 to 7 to 8 years. I didn't feel comfortable even being a partner at that time or having my own firm at that time. I didn't leave Pulcinelli till I was there for 14 years. I'm still learning, quite frankly, and I think all attorneys, if they're doing a good job, continue to learn from day to day. So that's kind of what I had in my head. And like I said, I've been pretty busy the last couple of years, which is why I didn't apply. But I think the time is right, and I'm really looking forward to the opportunity if I get the chance for it.
Kevin, this is Sam Turner. How are you?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
Good. I agree with Rick in that your resume is extremely impressive. The one thing I would like to get a clear understanding from you, though, is how, with your background, the kind of cases the practice that you've concentrated on, how do you feel, what types of empathy or exposure would allow you to be a judge that understands the plight of the underrepresented?
I thought about that a lot because obviously this is a family law docket. And if people always ask in interviews, what's your greatest strength? What's your weakness? Clearly, I don't have any family law experience. I don't think any of their applicants have much either. But I've spent a lot of time representing businesses when I was at Polson Alley, and it would look on its face to maybe be a detriment. But the fact is, the businesses I represented were almost exclusively mom and pop businesses. They were not the J.E. Dunns of the world. They're usually husband and wife, where their office literally is in their basement, not because of COVID, because that's how they did it. And it's just two people usually trying to make a business go. And sometimes they're the ones filing the lawsuit, and sometimes they're the ones who have been sued. And I don't think it's too much different than having a pro se person in court. They need help. They come to you with frustrations. They come to you with concerns. They come to you not knowing how things are going to turn out. And I think I really feel like I've been their counselor, kind of sometimes their hand holder, and sometimes their lawyer. But I think the same was true in a court. If I'm there and there are folks who are either representing themselves or attempting to represent themselves, I mean, I can feel for that. Court is a scary process. My folks, when they got divorced, chose, I don't know why they did this, but they had one lawyer represent both of them. And I don't know that that was the right thing to do. My mom couldn't afford to hire anybody. But she wanted to proceed with the divorce and try to get at some closure. And I think that's all people want at the end of the day, is to be heard and have their problems listened to. I think I've got good listening skills. And I am sympathetic to individuals who can't afford a lawyer, who are nervous about the legal process. And I would take a lot of time to listen to them and make sure they feel comfortable. And even if the result doesn't go in their favor, and sometimes it doesn't, I want to make sure that they feel they've gotten a fair shake out of the legal system.
Yeah, I guess I'm speaking more specifically to racial and ethnic type of diversity and disparity.
Okay, I'm sorry. And we brought this subject up. I joined a Black Lives Matter book club here in March when everybody kind of went to Zoom. And we've talked about this subject a lot. As a matter of fact, I'm giving a CLE with Chief Judge Arnold Berger and another attorney about some of the historical issues involving people of color and the law. And specifically, my section happens to be on redlining and financing of homes. That is an issue. And I know we've got really great organizations in town, whether it be Legal Aid and some others. But I do think that the Johnson County has done a couple things that are really remarkable, primarily of which is the Help Center, where people can go if they are not able to get representation and have some assistance. But you're right, that is a problem that remains, I think, to be solved. I think Johnson County is perhaps a little ahead of other places, but I think part of it is educating ourselves, especially myself as not a person of color, into recognizing that there are real issues out there, that people don't feel comfortable perhaps with the legal system. Even if they're there, they may not leave feeling like they got a fair shake. And that really requires more education, I think, on our part.
Thank you.
Mr. Tatum?
I was going to, Kevin, this is Steve Tatum. I was going to ask you how much of your legal career has been in the courtroom.
You know, Judge, I feel really fortunate because for the first 10 years, I was in the courtroom all the time. I mean, I think a lot of that changed in 2008 when parties could not afford the risk of going to court after the recession. But when I was at Polson Alley, I remember talking to a lot of the associates who were on the plaza. I was out in the Johnson County office, and we had all started at the same time. And about 3 to 4 years in, I think I had like 10 trials, and none of the other associates had any. And I was lucky enough to have cases where my supervisors or partners were willing to let me go to trial. And so I've had, I don't know how many trials now, it's been something like 60 or 70 trials total. There were times back in the day when they used to have court in person when I would be there 4 days a week. Now it doesn't happen nearly as often, but I feel extremely comfortable, as you might imagine, going to court, talking on my feet, and working through issues with either evidence, issues with the other parties. I feel like I'm a trial lawyer at heart. I really enjoyed it. And so spent a lot of my time, but it has dropped off a lot in the last 10 years as a result, I think, of parties being not as willing to roll the dice and going to court. And I think also, I mean, look, the advent or maybe the popularity of alternative dispute resolution clearly has cut down the court time for everyone, which I think is a good thing, quite frankly. I mean, 99% of cases, in my opinion, ought to be resolved by mediation or some kind of settlement. And that's obviously cut down court time as well.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for?
Yeah, Kevin, this is John Parisi. Just like you to address, I think you've touched on it, but what do you feel is the most important characteristic of a district court judge?
You know, I think a lot of it is character, personality. Again, I've met a lot of attorneys who are fantastic, and they come out fiery and they want to burn the place to the ground, you know, in every case. I don't think that personality particularly works well for being a judge. So I think it's listening. I think it's, to me, hopefully part enthusiasm and intelligence. But the best part is being a warm, genuine human being, especially in family court. But I mean, the same thing can be said for criminal court or civil court. I hope I have those characteristics. I think a lot of people hopefully would say that I do. Those things I value very highly, and I think they're very helpful. If you look at our current slate of Johnson County District Court judges, you can see those characteristics carry through from judge to judge, and it really does make our Johnson County court one of the best, in my opinion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Breer? All right, Mr. Breer, if you'd like to take a minute to just give some closing remarks, we'd love to hear those.
Thank you very much, Justice Wilson. I really do appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you. I know a lot of you from my practice of law, but some of you I have not met yet. And so I do appreciate the questions. I think that this is a tough decision. Like I said, I think there are really good applicants. I know several of them and have worked with them. I've volunteered with several of them. And so it's a tough decision I know you have to make. I hope that my personality and my experience has carried through in this interview, and look forward to hearing from the panel one way or the other here later today or whenever you'll decide.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Breer. I've enjoyed getting to know you better, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay. Vanessa Breebly is in the waiting room, but I'll turn to the commissioners now. Would any of you like to take a short break before I let her in?
I need to request a couple of minutes.
Okay, it's 11:02. Why don't we start back up again at 11:07? We'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Musil, I was going to say, if he hangs on to his job, I'm talking about the K-State basketball coach, beyond a week or two after the season ends, I will be very disappointed and shocked. Don't you figure there's some discussion about what to do even as of today?
I am a temperate man with more patience than I sometimes show, and I'm not going to comment beyond that.
Yeah, I suppose your comments are for public consumption, so I understand the reluctance.
I will be so kind. I'm surprised he wasn't fired last night.
That is a bad loss.
12 titles in 10 years, but I think he's lost his fastball. I think he's lost the team. I think he's in mediocrity. It just doesn't represent the university well.
Hey, John Parisi, where did you get that background? That is the best background, man.
He's been shrunk.
I love
it comes with Zoom, right? So I'm a subscriber because I have to do meetings with the Ethics and Grievance Committee. So just to make sure that I have enough time, because if you don't subscribe, you're supposed to be limited to 40 minutes, I believe, for a meeting. And so since the meetings last longer than that, I subscribe. And I think that's the background you can choose and they come with it. There's like one.
It's great.
So you don't have to look at, I don't know, my room, I guess.
You know, the important stuff, the K-State basketball and football program, the important things. I noticed that Josie has a power cat in her background in her office. I think that's awesome.
And a basketball. Is that a basketball hoop?
That is a globe.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay.
We're a big K-State family, very big K-State family.
Love your football program and your coach. Can't say the same for basketball.
No, it's not the same since our golden boy left.
Okay, well, I think everyone is here. I see everyone's face. And we do have our next interviewee, Vanessa Rebley, is in the waiting room. So I will admit her now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Rebley. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And how are you doing?
I'm great too. Thank you very much. On behalf of the commission and myself, welcome to your interview. I look forward to getting to know you better. And I will turn this meeting over, the floor over to the two people who are to introduce you.
Thank you.
This is Greg Musil. I don't think after our meeting, James and I actually discussed who would really introduce you, but I remember what we decided was we were going to let you, you've been before this commission. The commission knows a lot about you, but we have some newer members, and just, tell us what you want to tell us in a couple minutes before we open it up to questions about your background, why you want to be a judge, and why you think you should be on the panel again that goes to the governor.
All right, thank you. I want to thank the commission again for another opportunity to interview. It's been a career goal of mine for a very long time to be a judge, so I'm very excited for this opportunity. As I mentioned before, I grew up in rural north central Kansas. I moved to the metropolis of Hayes before I started high school. I spent most of my childhood in a single parent home, which taught me the importance of taking care of each other and working very hard. My mom is a retired nurse. My brother has been in the military for over 20 years and is currently deployed. But the best part of me is my 17-year-old son, who is a senior this year, which is hard to believe. And he has informed his dad and I that he wants to be an attorney. So we'll see how that works out. My career path was set very early on in my childhood based upon events that occurred. And it instilled a desire for me to protect and help others. And the course was set for me to become an attorney. I financed my own education. I had athletic and academic scholarships, grants, student loans, and many part-time jobs, evenings and weekends. I graduated from Bethel College with dual degrees in accounting and business administration. I passed the CPA exam. That degree was important, and passing the test was important because I needed to earn money to both apply and attend law school. So I worked for Intrust Financial Corporation in Wichita, and then I moved to Kansas City and worked for Lockton Companies, not when they were in that big, beautiful building on the plaza, but when they were in Prairie Village. I graduated from Washburn Law School. I was part of the Law Journal and the Public Interest Group. I had summer internships both years. The first one was in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where I had my first exposure to the prosecution of elder abuse cases, which is one of my passions here in this office. And then my second year was the Johnson County District Attorney's Office, where I had an internship where I carried a full caseload while I attended school, mostly domestic violence, and I did multiple bench trials and a handful of jury trials. For me, how I chose to serve and help others after law school was to become a prosecutor. I did that for 9 years. I was in various units to include juvenile, the charging units, economic crime, domestic violence, and general criminal. In 2007, I had an opportunity to join a business litigation firm. Two partners had left Armstrong Teasdale to form this firm. I was the only full-time associate, so I worked on almost every case that came through that door. We did both criminal and civil. We practiced in federal, state, and local court, so I appeared in numerous jurisdictions in front of numerous judges. I did everything from, fixing a speeding ticket in Kansas City, Missouri, to a 5-week-long complex mortgage fraud case in federal court, to security exchange interviews and investigations. And that time as a criminal defense attorney was important to the development of not only my career as an attorney, but most importantly, a prosecutor, because I learned the focus is not only on the victims, but part of my role as a prosecutor is also to focus on the individuals that are charged with the crimes and figure out what's going to make them successful on probation, what can provide opportunities so they don't come back to the criminal justice system. And that's not something that you're always taught as a prosecutor. I was also on the receiving end of prosecutors who overstepped their bounds. So that was important. I returned in 2009 to the Johnson County DA's office. I currently supervise 6 assistant district attorneys, 5 criminal and 1 civil. I have extensive courtroom experience. I estimate I've tried almost 100 jury trials. In 2016, I was awarded the Prosecutor of the Year by the Kansas Prosecutors and County District Attorneys Association. The last person to win that award, I can find him on my screen, is Mr. Bath. He won that, I'll say, just a few years ago. I participate in several local and state committees to increase the awareness and prevention of elder abuse. COMVAC, which Judge Tatum is very familiar with, Community Violence Action Council. I'm the Elder Abuse Chair. I chair a FAST team, which is Financial Abuse Specialist Team, and it's a collaboration between Adult Protective Services, law enforcement, and our office, where we staff cases that are reported, elder abuse cases that are reported to Adult Protective Services. And I serve on a committee for the Attorney General. In 2020, I won a Vanguard Award. I guess it's still 2020. Time is odd these days. That was for our efforts to prevent elder abuse in our community. That award is very special to me because I was nominated by members of Kansas Legal Services, Adult Protective Services, and then also a fellow colleague. I participate in the Johnson County Bar in that I'm on the board of Law Library Trustees. And then in my role as a prosecutor, as well as what a judge should do is to be involved in the community. I go out to different businesses to do presentations in non-COVID times, to senior centers. Also, I think it's important to go to our schools. Every year I go to St. James Academy to be a guest speaker. I participate in the Shawnee Mission School District Summer Enrichment Program at the college as a guest speaker. And then I'm on the board of the Olathe West Public Safety Advisory Board. Also in non-COVID times, I'm a volunteer for Meals on Wheels here through the office. So I think that background and experience provides a strong foundation for a district court judge.
Thank you, Vanessa. Sorry, James Griffith. I have a question for you. You've appeared before us before, and I know from talking with you as well that part of your job is dealing with some not pleasant situations, and you do that day in, day out. Given that, when you step back from things, what's the most satisfying aspect of practicing law for you? What keeps you going?
The most satisfying aspect is that every day in this job, I have an opportunity to help someone. And that could be in the aspect of a victim receiving restitution, feeling like they've received justice for what occurred to them. It could be in a case where we're able to fashion a probation plan where the individual charged with the crime can get evaluations, treatment, job training to help them to be successful. But really it comes down to every day I have the opportunity to make a difference.
Thank you.
Vanessa, you've been with Steve Tatum. You've been a strong advocate for the elderly in your role as a prosecutor. Do you think those experiences and others as well have given a good foundation for sitting in a family court and adjudicating those kinds of cases?
I do, Judge. I think it's important in my role as a prosecutor that when I deal with elder abuse cases or domestic violence cases, these are family-oriented issues most of the time. The issues that I would deal with in family court that has caused the marriage to collapse often could center around things that I deal with every day. Drug abuse, alcohol abuse, mental health issues, anger control. And the same with the elder abuse. A lot of our cases that occur are a result of the family dynamics breaking and not working. So my work in those areas, along with sitting down with victims and witnesses and talking through the process and getting to the root of the matter, I think that's a great parallel to what would happen in family court, which are these family-based needs that I'm very familiar with dealing with in this job.
Thank you.
Laura McConwell. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi.
Okay, so I want to follow up on that. And what I want you to help me through is how do you transition from essentially being a career prosecutor who's done an awesome job and you're a fabulous attorney to being the judge hat in those more volatile situations, because as a district court judge in family, you will see a lot of, I forget what the percentage was, but I think slightly over half, you're going to see pro se litigants. How do you take that advocate for the victim hat off when you have these folks who come in, because having, those of us in family law understand that whoever's the sort of victim isn't always the victim. Right. And I would like you just to address that a little bit for me.
I would say that my role as a prosecutor, Justice Sutherland in the 1930s had a quote that, a prosecutor's interest is not to win a case. It's to serve justice, that justice shall be done. And while I am an advocate for the victim, that is not my only role as a prosecutor. As I talked about earlier, I also have to look through the lens of the person that's charged with the crime and figure out the motivation for this and what we can do to maybe correct it down the road. So I understand that there is a concern about my many years as a prosecutor. What I would say is that justice in my job is not always getting a conviction. It is looking at the case and deciding, perhaps a lesser charge is appropriate. Perhaps a felony is not the right charge because that can affect everything from employment to housing funding. And oftentimes, I just recently had a case where it was a terrible neglect case where many people probably thought that the abuser of this elder person should go to prison. And what we ended up doing was fashioning a probation because this person was a severe alcoholic. The defendant was a severe alcoholic, and that was driving the case. So I know that when you look at my resume, I look like a hard-nosed prosecutor, and that I wouldn't be willing to switch hats and be able to be fair to someone who's charged with a crime. But as another attorney or another prosecutor told me, a prosecutor may strike hard blows, but they're not at liberty to strike foul blows. And that is so important to me because everyone deserves a chance in our courtroom. And while I have been a prosecutor for most of my career, I've also been in private practice. And I think if you talk to folks that work with me, you'll find out that I'm fair and I am not just a one-sided, one dialogue type prosecutor.
Thank you.
Vanessa, this is Rick Gwynn.
Hey, Rick.
Greg Musel has asked this question to a number of applicants, and so I'm going to do a little twist on it. He asks, what have you seen of a judge that has bothered you and would do things differently versus what you have seen of a judge that you would like to take to the bench if you are so fortunate? Let's change that to a prosecutor. What have you viewed with certain prosecutors that bothers you versus what you have seen in certain prosecutors that you believe you've tried to follow in your career?
What bothers me about some prosecutors is that they have a very narrow view of their job. That is to, count the number of convictions that they get and how many people they have sent to prison. And I do not think that's the perspective that a prosecutor should have. When I was in private practice, I had an instance where I call getting hometowned. My client was a college student. He was in a bar fight after midnight. He was the only one, he was not from that community. He was the only one charged with a felony, where people that were equally involved from the community just received misdemeanors. So it was important in that case to get him a misdemeanor disposition so he could keep his college funding. But it was very disconcerting to see, a prosecutor who was only interested in conviction and not the full circumstances of the case. And there's been many news articles recently about prosecutors who have overstepped their bounds. And you have to have a moral compass in this job. And if you start to step away from that, then that's when you should step away. What I admire most in prosecutors, are people that are willing to be well-rounded, to listen to all sides, prosecutors who are prepared, who plan ahead and can see the bigger picture, can see, where the case should go and what should be done to help all of the parties involved.
Annabeth Serbaugh here. Can you tell me what is the best trait you've seen in a judge and the worst?
I think the best is demeanor. It is so important for individuals, no matter what role you play in the courtroom, to feel comfortable and to be able to lay out and articulate your case. And when you're in a courtroom that is a hostile environment, where people know that likely somebody is going to get yelled at for not a good reason, it makes it very difficult for folks to do their job. and they don't get the justice in many cases that they deserve. So demeanor is important. The other aspect is working, working very hard to make sure that you are prepared for the case. It can be very frustrating when you go into court and a judge asks, okay, what are we doing today? Or if they haven't, read the motions. And so you present evidence and it's apparent that they haven't read the case law or your argument. And then they take it under advisement for another 6 to 8 weeks. So, a bad demeanor can be so damaging in a courtroom. And then I think one of the most positive things are judges that are prepared and ready to go.
Thank you.
Vanessa, Joe Beveridge asked this of a previous candidate. You've gone through this process several times and gotten close, and I imagine that's pretty disappointing. I was wondering if you had, what your thought process was to apply again and whether that was a hard decision or not.
It's a hard decision because, failure is not fun. And this is my 4th time in front of the committee. But I learned at a very early age to be resilient. And if this is what I want, then I have to keep trying. So each time is a learning experience. I've learned some things that I can do better. I've learned some things that I shouldn't do. But to answer your question is, I don't give up. And this is my career goal. And that's why I tried again. Hopefully I'll be more successful this time.
Thank you.
Vanessa, experience. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
Excuse me, Vanessa, John Parisi.
Good morning.
To follow up on your last answer and that question, and you've probably answered this question to the committee before, but again, why do you want to leave the position of a very successful, very, very well-respected prosecutor to a district court judge position? Why is that a life goal for you?
To me, the judge is the pinnacle of what occurs in the courtroom. I advocate, as Ms. McConwell stated, as a prosecutor in my role, but in order to fulfill my goal that has been set for many years to help others and to serve is to be a judge. The judge is the one that has the final ruling, based upon the rule of law and the facts of the case, they're the one that decides. And to me, that's where I want to be able to sit in that chair, to review both sides of the cases and to make the decision that I believe is fair and just.
Ms. Riebley, one of the sad consequences of becoming a judge is that your relationship with lawyers will suddenly change. You gain a whole new set of colleagues in the other justices, and I'm sure you would be welcomed. But it is a difference. And if you become a judge, what do you want to make sure you never forget from practicing law?
I want to remember what it's like to sit in the chair as a prosecutor and to sit in the chair as, on the defense side. I want to remember what it's like to put in that hard work to prepare for cases. So as a judge, that I am mindful of the process and am prepared when the litigants are before me. I know it can be a difficult transition. I have a core group of friends around me that I know will be my friends, whether or not I wear a black robe in the future. But, I don't ever want to forget what it's like to be one of the litigators in the courtroom, to keep grounded on how hard it is to prepare motions, to round up witnesses, to present cases to juries, to keep that appreciation.
Any other questions?
This is Greg Musil. I'll ask another one, Vanessa, that we talked about a little bit in your interview, because you have handled in the last several years some of the nastiest, ugliest, most traumatic cases in Johnson County as the lead prosecutor. Perhaps becoming a judge will be way less stressful. I don't know, but what do you do outside of the district attorney's office, and what will you do outside of the judge's chambers to make sure you handle that stress in a way that's healthy?
I believe in balance. We have to have balance in our lives. And 3 years ago, I discovered a hot yoga studio here in Olathe that I attend multiple times per week. And it's such a great atmosphere. It's a very positive atmosphere. And in the courthouse, it can be very negative. For example, one of the instructors, when they were told what I do for a profession, said, well, I thought you were a kindergarten teacher or perhaps a nanny because of your personality. And I say that to show that it's so important to step away from what we do. The other, what brings me balance is my family. You know, spending time with my family and forgetting my role as a prosecutor. My son and I had a conversation about 4 or 5 years ago, and he asked why I came home from work, and I just seemed mad and upset. And that was a big moment for me because it drove home that I have to leave what happens at the courthouse as best I can and be present and positive for him. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, my friend group, to be able, again, to step away and just do things that have nothing to do with the law to maintain that balance.
One last quick question, Rick Gwynn. You, with this CPA degree that you have, this role in the domestic docket is going to involve at times having to look at income sheets, spreadsheets, documents that relate to valuation of businesses, home, etc. Are you confident that that background is unique to what would be expected of you as a judge?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I think Mr. Bath has called me a nerd in the past because of my financial background, but I feel confident that those accounting skills will be very beneficial, not only in family court, but also in civil and criminal court, if that were ever to occur. But at working as an accountant, you know, I did review balance sheets, income statements, tax returns. You know, I feel confident that I can review these numbers and, you know, whether it's child support calculations, dissolution of businesses, but weeding through the financial information to be able to determine, you know, what the answer is. And I think I have a very strong foundation with both an accounting degree and passing the CPA exam to be able to do that. A lot of times people don't want to deal with numbers. I like numbers. They're very finite. So I look forward to that.
Are there any other questions? All right, Ms. Rebley, if you want to take a minute or two to make some closing remarks, we'd love to hear those.
I would just again thank the commission for yet another opportunity to interview for the position of a district court judge. I want to be a judge because of my commitment to service, to helping others, and then my compassion for other individuals. I've quoted this before, I don't think I did last time, but how I strive to hold myself out and what I hope to teach my son is to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly. And that's the role that I try to undertake every day in my current job as a prosecutor and that I would undertake as a district court judge. I have 20 years of jury trial experience, close to 100 trials, numerous bench trials. I know how a courtroom works, and I know how the big picture of where things should go. I have practiced both civil and criminal litigation, and I have the accounting skills that I spoke about with Mr. Gwynn that I think would be very beneficial to a district court judge. But most of all, it's my passion to serve. That's what I have done most of my adult life. is to strive to help others. And I believe as a district court judge, I can go beyond what I do now and help a broader community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rebley.
Thank you, Judge.
I enjoyed getting to know you better. You have a great day.
Take care.
Thank you. You too. All right, we do have our final interview of the morning. Josh Allen is in the waiting room. And does anyone need a break or want to mention something before we have that last interview of the morning? We have one this afternoon, but we'll take a lunch break first. All right, I will let in Josh Allen. Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Morning, Justice. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am doing as great as a practicing attorney and a dad of 3 kids going through homeschooling that I can be.
Well, on behalf of the commission and myself, I want to welcome you to your interview, and I look forward to it. I'm going to turn the floor over to the 2 people who visited with you and were assigned to do your introduction.
So Sam and I didn't discuss who would ask the first question. I'll go ahead and ask the first one. Josh, we would like you to share a little bit about yourself, your background, and your practice areas with the and why you want to be a district court judge with the commission.
Thank you, Ms. McConwell. I appreciate the question. And thank you to the commission for this opportunity. It's a pleasure and an honor to be back in front of you again for a 3rd time. I was born and raised in Southeast Kansas, in Coffeyville. It was a challenge growing up there. It's a very underserved population, high crime, high unemployment kind of place to grow up. But luckily, I had incredible parents who worked incredibly hard to make ends meet. Growing up like that, it instilled in me a work ethic that's been the cornerstone for everything I do throughout my life. I was the first person in my family to go to college. I funded my entire education through scholarships and never working less than 3 jobs at a time. I graduated law school on time, despite losing my dad very unexpectedly before my 3rd year in law school. I shared that with the commission the last time that I appeared in front of you. It's not an easy thing for me to talk to, but that situation was a time where a local judge came into my life, and due to his kind advice, kind of refocused me, and it remains the first time that I can remember that, sorry about that, that I can remember wanting to be a district court judge. I'm sorry about the dog. I was able to graduate law school. I've prosecuted the most heinous crimes that the state of Kansas charges: murder, rape, robbery, as an assistant district attorney. I've continued to prosecute throughout my legal career as the city prosecutor for the cities of Shawnee, Lake Quivira, Fairway. I have defended individuals charged with those same serious crimes. I've ran a solo practice specializing in criminal defense since 2005. I've taught at the Kansas City and Shawnee Police Academies, educating law enforcement. I've also represented, and I think this is important, also represented parents charged or going through the child in need of care proceedings. I've done that since 2005. And finally, I've served as Judge Pro Tem for the District Courts of Wyandotte County and Johnson County for the last 15 years. So I have extensive experience in practicing law from all sides, civil and criminal, prosecution and private defense, juvenile, adult. I've practiced law from the bench. And I think that this affords me a perspective that I would argue clearly sets me apart from the other very capable, very accomplished candidates. But there are two main reasons why I want to be a judge in Johnson County. And one is I have a vested interest in helping assure that Johnson County remains a premier example of judicial quality. My wife, Kate, and I are very involved in the community. We have chosen to raise our 3 children here. I've consistently held office in bar associations throughout the metropolitan area and currently hold a leadership position with the Johnson County Bar. I work for the board of Encircle, which is a not-for-profit that reduces the risk of offender recidivism by way of teaching life skills and job skills. And perhaps most enjoyably, I've coached my 2 sons on a competitive baseball team since 2013. So community service is the first reason I want to be a judge, and it's extraordinarily important to my family and I. This particular judicial appointment I'm very interested in, and it's the second reason, is because it will require the same skill set that I've been working with for nearly 2 decades. It's a high volume docket handling cases that are focused on fairness, equity, preserving the family as best as possible. And my current caseload is very high volume. I average anywhere from 10 to 20 appearances in a day. And I know what it takes to move cases toward resolution in an effective and efficient manner. My work in criminal, child in need of care, and juvenile, it's all about achieving fairness and helping people, individual, parents, children, get through the process and on with their lives with as little long-term harm to the family as possible. So I believe any of the candidates, Ms. Conwell, on the current list would make a solid and reliable judge. But in this community, in my community, I would want to send up candidates who have a multifaceted work experience and diverse life stories that have the perspective and the work ethic to potentially be great judges. So that's why, Ms. Conwell, and again, I appreciate this opportunity and would now be more than happy to answer any questions the commission has.
Josh, it's good seeing you again. This is Sam Turner. With everything that you do and the jurisdictions that you cover, what's probably your biggest challenge that you have?
I appreciate the question, Mr. Turner. Timeliness will always be a substantial challenge, but I believe that it's a positive challenge that has assisted me greatly in preparing to be a judge. This is my 3rd time through the process, and I'm aware that during my first time through that when my liaisons were making calls to what was then my most recent trials, interviewing the opposing parties, attorneys, things like that, that there was a comment made by the opposing attorney in one of those cases that I was consistently late during that case. And so I appreciate the opportunity to address that. First, I am not habitually late. And I know that this has been mentioned during deliberations the last couple of times I've applied. And in fact, in that particular case, the presiding judge disagreed with that assessment by the opposing attorney. But be that as it may, given the number of clients that I represent and the number of jurisdictions that I appear in during a given week, it is quite probable that I will be late to a docket. But in actuality, operating in that environment has absolutely prepared me to be able to operate a high volume, high stress docket. That experience will enable me to manage exactly the type of situations I would face as not a family court judge, but as a judge in general.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh, Steve Tatum.
Your Honor.
Can you hear? You can hear me. you've had practice both in Johnson County and Wyandotte County. I would think those are your primary areas. But from both of those sides, what have you learned that you think would assist you in being a judge in a family court?
Thank you, Judge, for that question. That is something that I hold that I consider to be very important in the molding of me as a judicial candidate. Both counties have positives and negatives. I maintain that the bench in Johnson County is by leaps and bounds the most efficient, effective, premier bench that I appear in front of. But Wyandotte, practicing in Wyandotte County, both as an assistant district attorney and as a defense attorney and representing parents in child in need of care hearings, it is a trial by fire, throw you in and see what you can do kind of place. And looking back, although back then I had a lot of fear as a young assistant district attorney, as first and only chair in a murder case when I was about 6 months out of law school, that's intimidating. But what it does, Your Honor, is it teaches you very quickly to rely on the instincts and the characteristics that took you as far as I was at the time. Work ethic. If I did not have a substantial work ethic, I was in trouble. I would have sank. Persistence, perspective, all of these things are very important when you're dealing with crimes involving such potential punishments that of a serious nature. I've tried murder cases with the victim's family sitting 10 feet away, Your Honor. I mean, and I did that fresh out of law school. Little by little, that type of practice prepared me to not only go out on my own and run a successful law practice for the last 15, 16 years, but it reaffirms the essential characteristics that need to be employed to be effective in the law. So I appreciate practicing in Wyandotte County because of the lessons that it taught me, but I certainly appreciate practicing in Johnson County as what I believe to be the premier district in the state.
Thank you.
Josh, this is Greg Musil. I'll jump in. When you're sitting on the bench in Johnson County in this position, what's the number? Give me two things that you want to do in this position to help, not only keep us as that efficient and effective judicial system, but improve it.
Well, I appreciate the question, Mr. Musil. I think that not only, I think that when you are filling the vacancies of judges in Johnson County, that it is incredibly important to fill them with people who have not only diversity of race, of gender, of things like that, but diversity of background, diversity of where they came from as far as economy is considered. I think that only through diversifying the bench can you assure that it is going to continue its upward trajectory. So I think that's very important. And I think I bring that as a candidate. However, in addition to that, especially a docket like this, Mr. Musil, you have to move cases along. That's been repeated by the appellate courts. That is obviously a focus of the district court in Johnson County. We need to move cases along efficiently towards resolution, not just because the parties deserve permanence, which they do, but we just need to get the docket moving. So that's incredibly important. However, I think as a judge, another job that I would have is by improving the the practice of law of those that come before me. And again, I think that bringing to the bench a perspective, a temperament, a likability, an attitude, I think that both pro se litigants and the attorneys that come before me, in addition to the staff that I work with, I think that I can improve the experience for everyone involved because I bring such a different, diverse background to the bench. So those are the things that I would focus on.
I'm going to follow up real quick. I may have asked this in one of the last times you were out, but how do you know if you're on the bench and you're doing a good job and where your strengths and weaknesses are? How do you evaluate yourself once you're a judge?
That's a good question. I mean, other than the obvious, which is direct reading of the litigants and the both pro se and the lawyers that come before you, and the obvious of if there are any complaints made to the chief judge or anything like that, I think that it's important. And I think you, as a judge that is effective, I think that you can tell whether or not the litigants are leaving knowing that they've been heard, knowing that they've been considered, knowing that the judge has understood the arguments and the positions that they have. You can tell if they leave, quote, satisfied that took place. Now, they may not agree with the ruling, Mr. Musil, and most likely one side will not. But if people come in, both again, pro se and attorneys, and they come in and they've been they believe that they've been heard, that they've been understood, and that the judge then restates their arguments, restates an understanding of what the arguments are, and then issues a ruling, I think that is success. You're never going to please everyone, and I understand that. But at the very least, our judges can let the litigants know one way or the other that they've been understood and that they were given a fair shake. Thank you.
Your questions?
Josh, this is John Parisi. And I guess my question for you is, you've been successful in your private practice of law. You've applied now a couple of times. Why at this point do you feel that you want to become a judge rather than continue in the private practice of law?
I appreciate the question, Ms. Parisi, and I don't want the commission to think for 1 second that I haven't asked myself that question. As you know, it's an arduous undertaking to do this. This is not something that's an easy process. But Mr. Parisi, more than anything, my drive to serve my community, my drive to advance my legal career in the sense that I would enjoy the challenge of being a judge and the things that come along with that. But service to the community trumps any, let's just say, positive part of being in private practice. It's not a pay thing to go to the judge side, obviously, especially since we're towards the bottom as far as compensation to judges, as far as the United States is concerned. It's not that. It is a service to the community. It is wanting to be to emulate the judges that I have experienced, and I experience a lot of them from all levels, metropolitan area, Kansas, Missouri. I've come into contact with a lot of judges, and I respect them, the majority of them, quite a bit. So it's a service to the community. It's a challenge in my legal career. It's wanting to make the law and the practice of law better for everyone involved. It is the best way that I know for me to reinvest in my community that I've adopted and chosen to raise a family in. So will I apply forever? Of course not, but I certainly have a lot of energy left. I still very much want the position, and that's why I keep coming back.
I'll follow up. I'll steal a question that's been asked a couple of times. In terms of those judges that you've appeared in front of, what are the things that you least appreciated about a judge, and what are those things that you most appreciate about the judge that you've appeared in front of?
I appreciate the question, Ms. Parisi. When it comes to judges, I have found consistently that the experience in front of them, the practice of law in front of them, begins to sour when the judges cease or appear to cease wanting to be there. And here's what I mean by that. Judges that act like it's a huge inconvenience to be participating in the process. Judges that refuse to restate the arguments that have been made to show that they understand what's going on. Judges that offer no explanation for the rulings that they give, positive or negative rulings for me or my client. Judges that are short with the people that they work with. Judges that mistreat their staff, judges that mistreat attorneys, litigants, pro se litigants. I believe that temperament and perspective and attitude can be the difference between appearing in front of a judge being a positive experience or a negative one. I think it is imperative that a judge behaves in a judicial manner, in a respectful manner, in a kind manner. They don't have to be overly ridiculously nice, but they can be professional. And again, the pause to answer the other side of that question, Mr. Parisi, the other side of that is they can take the time to show that they care about what's in front of them. And they can do that for the reasons that I previously stated. But again, the restatement of the arguments, the showing that they are considerate, that they're considering the arguments made before them, and explaining the ruling, I think will go a long way. And again, that is matched up with a general attitude and temperament of a working, kind relationship with all the staff that's involved. So personally, it comes down to attitude and temperament. Most judges have the work ethic, most judges have the knowledge, but it's the X factors, it's the other things that go a long way.
Other questions? All right, Mr. Allen, I'll give you a minute or two to make closing remarks if you'd like to. I have enjoyed getting to know you better, and I would love to hear anything else that you would like the commission to know.
Not much, Justice Wilson. I really appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the liaisons I've had, getting to know them. Some of them I knew before this process, some of them I didn't. But each and every one of them, and I guess I've had 6 by now, but each and every one of them have offered me information, advice, guidance that has been absolutely not only helpful, but really appreciated by me. So I don't have anything else further to say. Regardless of the commission's decision today, I will continue to be very interested in the position. I will continue to participate in any way I can to improve the bar in Johnson County. I've enjoyed it for the last 2 decades, and I have no plans of slowing down. So I really appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. You take care.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that is the last interview we have for the morning. We're going to now have our lunch. It doesn't have to be a working lunch. I think that's on the agenda, but you're welcome to relax and not work during lunch. Our next interview is at 1 o'clock. It will be Jennifer Ashford. So if you want to maybe plan to join about 5 minutes till, make sure we don't have any issues with any of the technology. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 11 or 12:55 or so.
So we're leaving and then coming back?
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stop my video and put myself on mute. So I think that's the easiest way. Annabeth?
Hey, Justice Wilson and Tiffany. Hey, I just thought I'd report in before, and maybe we're already public, but if we're not public, I would just say, so I'm on a YouTube channel right now with y'all, and I'm technically, I think I'm on Zoom, but you know, I participate in Zoom meetings, but I'm not a subscriber, so I'm not used to all the ins and outs and sharing screens and doing technical things like that. So am I okay if I'm not on Zoom, but I'm just on this YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah.
Well, are you okay? I don't know what you mean. Are you, because you are on both right now.
I am.
You are on Zoom, and the Zoom is being broadcast to the public.
Okay, and I'm just looking at what I'm seeing because it said that my Zoom session had ended, but I'm on this YouTube channel right now. But hey, I'm talking to you, I'm participating. Whatever the technology is, it works great and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm going to air my questions with the entire world, just 16 of my closest friends right here.
What you will see, you'll always see that if you get out for any reason. And because I pressed that button to close the session accidentally, instead of just going back to the main room, that caused everyone to be kicked out.
Gotcha.
And so that's why you saw the end of Zoom session, because you ended it, but then you started another one.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, I need to go to the participants. It looks like.
Hey, Doug, I don't know that you'll get to be in the executive session if you're only watching this through YouTube. Would be my only thought.
But we can see him on the Zoom, Laura.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Can you see him? I have some people in the waiting room that commissioners that need to be admitted.
Well, and I'm sure that I'm just not understanding, but all I know is that I should be a part. Excuse me, to be a participant. So hey, it's great.
Yeah, you're in. You're good.
I think Laura was kind of getting to an issue that if on one side, if you weren't in the Zoom meeting, could you not participate in executive session? But on the other side is if we go to executive session and you're somehow on Zoom, are you going to be out in the world?
Tiffany double checks that to make sure that only she is still on the Zoom or on the YouTube channel. So only Tiffany remains public. If she's not, she will let me know immediately.
Yes.
And the bottom line is this: if we go to executive session and I'm not in it, shoot, I'll just immediately go back to the link and try to rejoin the Zoom meeting and be there with them. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you very
Good
much.
All right, I show that we have 17 participants, which would be the right number, with 14 members of the commission, plus me is 15, plus Tiffany is 16, and 17 is Judge Jennifer Ashford, who is in the waiting room waiting to be admitted. So we are live on YouTube and we are being recorded. So just as a reminder, and so we can continue the meeting of the 10th Judicial District Nominating Commission after our lunch recess. It is now 1:03. Is there anyone who wants to say something before we let Jennifer Ashford in? All right, I will escort her in. Good afternoon. Are you Judge Jennifer Ashford?
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. How are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
I think we're all doing very well. And on behalf of myself, I'm Justice Wilson and the nominating commission. I want to welcome you, Judge Ashford, to your interview. I look forward to getting to know you better. And I will turn the floor over to the two people who were assigned to introduce you.
All right. So
We'll proceed. Yes.
okay, that would be Justice Tatum and I. Good afternoon, Jennifer.
Hello.
So we had a great conversation a few days ago, and we decided kind of instead of a question, we would just allow Jennifer some opening remarks before we get started with the interview process. So I'll let you take it from here.
All right. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk with you and to answer your questions. I opted for an opening statement. That's probably a little bit of the prosecutor in me wanting to go that route. In preparing my opening statement, though, I wanted to make sure I was focusing on those issues and those attributes that you thought were important for a candidate to be sent up to the governor. And how do I figure that out? So I went back and I watched your deliberations from July, and I listened to your comments and wrote down your thoughts about each of those candidates. And I want to talk about how I think those attributes all apply to me as well. They seem to fall into three categories, one being a good lawyer, one being a good person, and one potentially being a good judge. I want to talk about the Terry Birmingham case, which is a case that's listed in my application packet to exemplify that I am a good lawyer. That was a case that I tried 10 years after the fact and with no complaining witness. It took guts to stand in front of a jury and ask them to convict somebody of robbery, rape, sodomy, when I knew I was not going to have a witness to take the witness stand to talk about what had actually happened to her. It would have been easy to dismiss the case once I realized a plea was not forthcoming, but that wasn't the right thing to do. Preparation was another attribute you all talked about, and boy, did that case take preparation. I filed numerous motions pre-trial and had numerous pre-trial hearings to make sure I had rulings and that I was trying this case cleanly and following the law. I also needed to make sure that I understood the medical evidence and the science frontwards and backwards, because that was my identification. And I had to make sure that I could explain all of that to a jury that had varying degrees of background and education. I happily can tell you that I did get a conviction in that case, and it was upheld on appeal, which goes to show that I tried that case cleanly. Another attribute you talked about was diversity in the legal practice. I have practiced in both the state of Missouri as well as the state of Kansas. I have practiced at the state level and at the municipal level. I have practiced in criminal law as well as juvenile and child in need of care law. My ability to adjust and learn those different laws, those different jurisdictions, those different procedures shows you that I can adapt and handle different dockets. The next category being a good person. You talked about community engagement with the legal community. I am currently the president of the Kansas District Magistrate Judges Association. I am the secretary treasurer of the Johnson County Bar Association and the vice president-elect. I am the secretary of the Earl E. O'Connor Inns of Court, and I'm also a member of numerous other legal associations. Engagement with the community was another factor that was important to a lot of folks. I participate in the Disproportionate Minority Contact Committee, the Drug and Alcoholism Council, Boy Scouts. I do cleanup days with the Friends of Johnson County Disability Services. I'm a member of Rolling Hills Church. I engage with students and teachers through our constitutional law and civics presentations. And I've most recently been both a mock trial judge as well as a debate judge. The last discussion point was a general discussion regarding whether a candidate would make a good judge. And for all the other candidates, you're put in the position of trying to predict the future. But with me, there is no need to guess or to speculate. I am a good judge. I have been a district magistrate judge for over 3.5 years. When I was up for retention in 2018, the Johnson County voters retained me as a magistrate judge. When I've been evaluated by the attorneys appearing before my court, this last time I received 80% of the votes to retain. My juror feedback of cases that I presided over as the judge are overwhelmingly positive. And if you ask other judges in the 10th Judicial District, I am confident they will tell you I'm a hard worker, I manage my dockets well, and I serve on numerous committees, both at the district as well as the state level. Ultimately, I ask each of you to write my name down on your ballot. You can feel confident that you will be casting your ballot for a good attorney, a good person, and a good judge. And now I would like to answer your questions. So I will cede the floor.
All right, thank you.
Do I call on people or do you, Justice Wilson?
I'm just gonna let them
Okay.
ask the questions. They'll take the lead. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Steve Tatum, and we talked the other day, Joe and I, and it was a great conversation. And the question I have for you, and you mentioned that you are a magistrate judge at this time and primarily a juvenile docket, but you do some other things there, and that would help you becoming a district court judge.
And I lost you for just a second, so I want to make sure I understood your question. Were you asking beyond my juvenile offender docket, my child in need of care docket, and how that would translate to being a district court judge?
Yes, all of your experiences in juvenile court that would help you in being a district court judge. And I know also you've had some jury trials as well. So,
right. Well, I liken this to a new associate in a law firm or a new attorney in a district attorney's office. When you have a new attorney, you rarely are going to assign them the most complex cases or the highest level of cases. And so I feel like my magistrate judge experience has not only helped train me and help me develop skills that I can apply to a district court judge, but it's also given me the confidence in order to take on new and different dockets. Now, juvenile offender and child in need of care are not family positions, and I understand that this position is a family court position. But in my child in need of care cases, I am dealing with similar emotions, similar anxieties. These people are coming into court knowing that they may lose their child, that there's something going on. And so they either come in scared or they come in angry. And I think that's very similar to what you would see on a family docket. So I am very used to working with people that are having those feelings, calming them down, making sure we have productive discussions, making sure they're part of the discussion and the solutions. And I think that that skill will translate very well to the existing docket.
thank you.
This is Rick Gwynn. Judge, as you know, a substantial percentage of the litigants that appear in front of you will be appearing pro se, and you've indicated an impressive success in your current position as a judge. How is it that you arguably bring down the temperature or bring a situation to your courtroom where you feel like it's most conducive to bringing resolution to matters?
Sure, that's a great question. And I will tell you right now, all of my juvenile offender, my child in need of care cases do either have a court-appointed attorney or a guardian ad litem. But when I worked in the Shawnee Municipal Court, worked with a lot of pro se litigants there. And you might even notice that in one of my cases that I used in my application, it was a jury trial that the accused represented themselves. So that was a really interesting experience having that happen. I am constantly learning, and I certainly don't have it all figured out, Mr. Gwynn, but in my experience, a lot of times the people just want to feel heard. And so I make sure that I sit back and I listen. I repeat what I understand them to be saying. I try to identify what the goals of the court are. In my child in need of care cases, what the goals of the school are, what the law says, and then addressing their concerns. And I invite them to be a part of the solution. I ask them, what do you think we should do in this situation? How do you think this will work? Or what about this? Do you think that would work for your family? So I try to make them feel heard and a part of the solution. And I think that for the most part, most often brings that temperature down and makes them realize, okay, this is not adversarial. She's not trying to take my child. She wants to come up with solutions. So that's been my experience.
Judge Ashford, Greg Musil. I may have asked you this 3.5 years ago when you were appointed as magistrate. I'm interested because you touched on it in your opening remarks. I always want to know how a judge is going to evaluate themselves, get feedback on what they're doing right, what they're doing maybe wrong, or what they can improve on, how they're treating people in their courtroom. And I know the evaluation by the bar is one measure, mm-hmm. but it is unfortunately limited to just the bar members. So what have you done that would help us understand how you would do that as a district court judge and how you've evaluated yourself as a magistrate judge?
Gotcha. Well, before Judge Moriarty retired, everybody would go to him and tell him what we were doing wrong. And he was very good about talking to us about ways that we could improve ourselves. So I always appreciated Judge Moriarty letting me know what was going on. But as you mentioned, there is the evaluations that are done by the attorneys. And I agree with you. During this last election cycle, I'm friends with my former colleagues in St. Louis, and I was able to see what the St. Louis judges look like. And I'm really interested in working with the Johnson County Bar Association about perhaps expanding that. It seems like the Missouri information provided to their voters included writing samples, it included those attorney reviews, but then it also would have included the jury questionnaires that we do collect after every single jury trial. The jurors evaluate us as well as, the comforts of the old courthouse and those sorts of things. So I think that information and translating that to the voters would be very helpful and very useful to the judges. So I review all of those. I certainly take that to heart. I try to tell the attorneys appearing in front of me, I'm open to trying new things. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you say this isn't working. So I'm open to trying new ideas, new practices. And so I try to always keep an open line of communication with them. And even after my jury trials, I'll have the attorneys come back and say, how do you think I did? And I'll say to them, well, how do you think I did? And so I do have that communication with them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Judge Ashford, this is Laura McConnell. How are you doing?
Good.
Okay, so one of the things we've talked about, not necessarily with you, but it has been a concern in domestic cases. It's not just about the equities and what to do with the children and the relationships between the parties, but you sometimes have fairly high net worth individuals and some that aren't. And so the economics of how you're going to equitably divide that marital estate or value businesses or value certain assets is extremely important. And so what in your background will aid you or assist you? Because I haven't heard that you had any type of that type of a civil background in your experience.
That's very true. I do not have a civil background, but I do think that my experience of moving from working in different states, working with different populations in my practice has prepared me to learn new areas and expand on that. So Kansas versus Missouri is completely different laws. It is different statutes. It's different statute of limitations. It's different procedures. When I first came and tried a case in Kansas and I was told I couldn't call somebody a liar or say they lied, I was floored. I was like, you got to be kidding me. But that's the law in Kansas. So learning that difference, even practicing in Jackson County versus St. Louis, different sides of the same state, I still had to learn how to go in and follow their local rules, what their procedures were like. It was a different world across that state. So while I agree I don't have that civil experience, fully admit that. I do think that experience of being able to transition between different state law, different jurisdictions, and not having only practice in Johnson County I feel like that more than takes the place of that civil background. The other benefit I have is I'm already on the bench with these family law attorneys. I am very comfortable going to them for help. I work with Judge Kevin O'Grady on the Court Technology and Innovation Committee. I talk to him several times a week and feel very comfortable going to him for guidance and instruction. Judge Gillenborg Dunn, I work with her on the MOVE committee. Again, we talk on almost a daily basis right now. Very comfortable going to her for advice. Judge Schoenig and I have been friends from back in the district attorney's office. So again, I'm going to use the tools and the resources that I have to learn this, because you're right. I don't have much in my background to go there, but I do show the ability to learn and then to apply. Yes, Judge Tatum.
Yes, I was going to bring up that you work with United Community Services, and I just think it's good to bring this up because that organization looks at the underserved folks, minority folks in this community, and I think it gives you some real good insights into the underserved populations that we have among us here, and probably to an extent across the state line as well. Would you like to talk about that just a little bit?
Sure. So the committee that I work on with them is the Drug and Alcoholism Council. I am a non-voting member of that group. We facilitate grants for different organizations that provide either education, prevention, or treatment regarding drug and alcohol abuse. So the cities collect certain monies with alcohol and tax dollars, revenues from those taxes. The Drug and Alcoholism Council gets a portion of that from each city in Johnson County. And then we are the stewards of that money. We need to make sure that we are distributing that to organizations that have that primary focus of prevention, education, or treatment. So we are constantly meeting with grant applicants to try to learn more about those programs, which is great. I can take that back to the bench with me. Sometimes I hear about organizations that haven't applied before. This last week in church, they were talking about our Christmas offering from Welcome House. And I reached out to them to say, hey, do you serve any Johnson County folks? You might want to apply for this grant. So I try to take what I learned from there and take it back to me with me to the bench. And then every summer we review all of the grant applications. Those come from schools, Johnson County, mental health, court services, community corrections, and then places like Cornerstones of Care or Judge Tatum, your reading program. So that's the experience that I have working with the Drug and Alcoholism Council.
Thank you.
Changing lives through literature. I blanked on it for a second there, Judge Tatum. Sorry.
Well, but
I'm nervous.
Real insights into the other parts of the community can help anybody who would want to be on the bench and be a judge. I think it's good information.
Mr. Griffith, I thought I saw you coming up. Yeah.
Sorry, this is James Griffith. Nice to see you again. So as a layperson, the law has always, for me, had a certain mystery and glamour to it. But then when I serve on here, I read about dockets and large case volume. And how do you gain satisfaction kind of at the end of a week when you've kind of run through a whole bunch of cases before you? What keeps you going?
Right. There's just those little nuggets that bring me joy. You know, a young person who shows up in a nice shirt and a tie, I always make sure I compliment them on that. You know, you'll have somebody who thanks me or gives me some positive feedback. So those little nuggets help me. My child in need of care docket, coming up with good solutions, seeing better school attendance makes my day. I know last time when I looked at your deliberations, Ms. Herrera talked about excitement and passion for the law. And I thought that was an excellent point that she made, because as you mentioned, Mr. Griffith, not a lot of being a judge is exciting, right? There is a lot of repetition and it can be very mundane as far as doing a first appearance a sentencing, a plea. You have to say certain things and make certain findings each and every time. And I strive to make sure whether it is the first person that I am dealing with in a day or the 30th person that I am dealing with in that day and hearing their case and hearing about them, I want them to feel like I am as caring and patient and compassionate with them as I was with that first person. So it's just finding those little nuggets, and I just love what I do.
Thank you.
Annabeth Serbaugh here,
Yes,
following
ma'am.
up on that. You've told us all the things you are good at, and we've heard them many times, and I already believe all of them. But tell me what you would have to work on if you were on the bench to make sure you did a superior job.
Sure. Well, as Ms. McConwell has pointed out, I don't have much civil background. So definitely that will be number one as far as learning that area of the law and relying on those resources. One other area that can be very difficult for me, and it might be even a little bit more difficult for a woman versus a man, is having that control over your courtroom and making sure that the litigants are complying with the expected decorum. I have learned in time that the way I react to a stressful situation or a person who is escalating can either make it a heck of a lot worse or bring things down. And so sometimes I let somebody cussing go by, without making a big deal about it. That's not right. I'll remind them we're not supposed to cuss, but and I'm not going to get all up in arms about it, right? Some people just express themselves differently. And so that's one thing I really strive and feel like I continue to try to work towards, is just finding that balance of enforcing the rules of the court, but yet not escalating a situation.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Hey, how are you doing, Judge?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Everyone here knows how I feel about the county that adopted me 20 years ago. And so no questions I ask are intended to disparage in any kind of way Johnson County. Just wanted to ask you, because I know you're very involved with different aspects of advocacy. Do you feel that we're moving in the right direction when it comes to addressing issues of disproportionate enforcement and incarceration?
I think we're moving in the right direction. I think we still have a long way to go. I know in the juvenile system, we are regularly looking at our juvenile population in our juvenile detention center, and it is always disproportionate for youth of color. And part of that is because of the level of crime. I'm not saying I don't think the right people are in our juvenile detention center. My concern is, why do we have such a disproportionate amount of youth of color in our detention center? So that's why, working with the Disproportionate Minority Contact Committee, we have focused on school engagement as well as community engagement, because we know that the schools are the best place, and they are on the front line of being able to identify when there is a youth that's maybe heading in the wrong direction. So we feel like working with our schools and maybe looking at their suspension data and how that relates to our arrest and detention data could be something that could really tell us some good information. In that way, the Disproportionate Minority Contact Committee only had representation from Olathe School District for the longest time. I personally took it upon myself to go out and talk to each and every school. I drove out to, Spring Hill came to me, but I drove out to Gardner Edgerton. I drove over to DeSoto. I met with each of those school districts. I explained to them what we were striving for with the Disproportionate Minority Contact Committee. And then I sent them emails every time we had a meeting to make sure they were there. And I can tell you, at our last meeting, I think we were lacking one school, and it was one that's always there. So I'm sure something just came up that he was not able to engage. So that school engagement is the first line. And that's not just for juvenile offenders. All of these juveniles grow into adults. So making that connection early on is so very, very important. The other level of engagement we're working on is community engagement. And right now we've been working to develop a program in Olathe called The Spot. And it's in conjunction with the Olathe School District, but we're hoping this will be only one of many spots that are across the Johnson County area. It's a location for youth to come, get education help, hang out, and start developing those positive relationships that so many of our youth are lacking. So we are working on it, Mr. Turner. We are not there yet. We have a long way to go. I know on the adult side, we're taking a very deep dive and look at what sentences we are imposing. We're looking very closely at what bonds we are setting and if they are being set appropriately. So I think you just want to make sure you have somebody who realizes this is still a work in progress and they're ready to roll up their sleeves and do it.
Thank you.
Judge Rick Gwynn, I've noticed that you have assumed the position of Secretary of Inn of Court, and some of our members are not familiar with Inn of Court. And then also this recent election as president of the municipal judges for the state of Kansas is impressive. I'm just, I guess, curious as to why you believe you've obtained those positions and in the importance of those organizations.
Sure. As far as my position at the Earl O'Connor Inns of Court, which is a group of trial attorneys, there are judges from the federal level. There are attorneys from Wyandotte, from Missouri, from Kansas that all participate in that, and it's been a great program. To be honest, I think they probably elected me as a secretary because they see I've been active in the Johnson County Bar Association. And it's just helpful to have a judge on your board of directors. And I think people like that. So in all honesty, probably the fact that I'm a judge is probably one of the reasons that they pulled me up to that position. And I haven't been all that helpful this far. I am presenting the March CLE, but I haven't had a whole lot of duties for the secretary position. The Kansas District Magistrate judges, and it's not municipal, Mr. Gwynn, it is magistrate. So that's for the magistrates across the entire state of Kansas. I've kind of been working my way up. How I initially got involved is I took over the hospitality committee when we had our judges conference here in Olathe, Kansas. And it was deemed the best hospitality room that they'd had in a long time. So then I got elected to do it the next year. So one of those things where you do a good job and then you get stuck doing it again. So that's kind of how I got involved. And then as the third vice president, I started working with our first vice president, going to Topeka, talking with legislators, becoming very proactive with the Supreme Court and the Office of Judicial Administration. And so from there, I've just kind of been working my way up to president. At this point, kind of my goals, I'm in the middle of rewriting our bylaws, which have not been updated since 2010. So that has been a first draft, and I've sent that off for my board members to review. We also developed a website last year for our organization. I'm trying to make that a tool for the judges across the state because it's so hard to have that communication with our folks that are way out on the other side of the state. So I'm hoping that website can serve as a tool not only for education purposes, but also just collaboration and talking with each other. And then finally, we're always working regarding raises for our staff, as well as for judges, and working with the Supreme Court and the Office of Judicial Administration on that. And we're still just kind of waiting to see what's the legislative session going to look like. Will we be permitted to enter the State House? Will we be joining by Zoom? We just don't know. So part of it is just kind of adapting to what the legislative session is going to look like as well.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Justice, if nobody else is going to jump in, this is Greg Musil again. You're on the move committee to the new courthouse. I wonder if you've given any thought to how the new courthouse affects a litigant that's walking in there for the first time, and whether the quality of the facilities, how that's going to affect how we administer justice in Johnson County.
Well, one big concern we've had that I think all of us have is just parking, especially for our litigants and our jurors coming in. Having the parking garage now being an additional block further away from the courthouse is, of course, a concern that I have. There is some parking to the north of the courthouse. we're hoping that that is expanded, but the area where the existing courthouse is, my understanding is going to be raised, and then it's going to be green space. So I share your concern on accessibility to the new courthouse. I think once they get there, I think the new courthouse is set up in a way to try to keep the high volume, the higher traffic areas on those first 2 floors. So you've got your jury assembly room, you've got the first appearance, limited actions, orders of protection, traffic, all on those first 2 floors, to try to make it so that it's easy for people to access that building and not having to wait on elevators and those sorts of things. Within the courtrooms, everything has been very ADA compliant. Each bench has a ramp for judges who are unable to walk up steps. There's a possibility for hearing impaired folks to have that accommodation made for them. There's a lot of technology. But one thing from COVID, Mr. Musil, is I hope that we can continue to do a lot of these quick hearings, non-evidentiary hearings by Zoom, because I think that's something we would have not done for years had it not been for COVID. But the fact that we have done it and we realize it works, I know for the people appearing in front of me, not having to take off from work or school, not having to worry about reliable transportation all the way out to Olathe, not having to worry about parking, coming through security, all of those things. So it is certainly my intention. I think the intention of a lot of people to, even though we have a beautiful courthouse and we certainly will hopefully be welcoming people there soon, to not bring them out unnecessarily.
Thank you.
And my mom says hi. He grew up just down the road.
Down the dirt road.
One last question, Judge.
Yes.
Why, we're going to deliberate here shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Why should you be a finalist as opposed to the other quality candidates that comprise the list of applicants?
Sure. So I just want to make sure that you all know my desire to become a district court judge has nothing to do with dissatisfaction with what I am doing right now. It has everything to do with the fact that I absolutely love what I'm doing, and I'm already a judge. None of your other candidates have that experience that I have. I just want to be able to do more. Much like when I was a young attorney working for you and Paul Morrison, I wanted to move up and handle more complex and more serious cases. And the only way that I can do that is if I am selected as a district court judge. At this point, a magistrate judge has limited jurisdiction. There's only certain cases, certain levels I can handle. And I want to be challenged. I want to handle those complex cases. And I believe my unique experience, having been a magistrate judge, developing those skills, developing that confidence, sets me above the other candidates who are all very qualified. Don't get me wrong. But I have that. And I think that is a huge factor to be considered.
Thank you very much, Judge Ashford.
All right.
Is there anything else that you would like to take a minute to add that you haven't had the chance to say already, or any closing remarks?
No, I thank you again for this opportunity. I guess one thing I would add, I know in your meeting a couple of weeks ago, you kind of talked about how do we get more people engaged and applying for this position. And I had 2 ideas I wanted to share with you. One is maybe going through and reviewing the application. And if there are areas that you as a member of the nominating commission don't really think is important, maybe start taking those out and streamlining it a little bit. And my other thought is, why isn't this electronic? Every time I apply and have to provide you with 16 copies, it's like $250 at Kinko's, which may not be a huge amount. And I'm only doing color on the first and last page. If it's all color, it's $500. So I'm always a cheapskate. You might have noticed that. But it shouldn't be a situation where somebody is having to worry about forking over that kind of money to apply for this position. So I would really encourage you to think about making this more of an electronic, easier process for your applicants. So I thank you so much for the job that you're doing, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you.
Take care.
Will you kick me out, or do I have to end? Oh, there I see. Leave.
Have to end. Thank you. All right. Would anyone like to take a break of just a short break before we begin our deliberations? Raise your hand.
Are we going to go into executive situation next?
Well, we have completed all of the interviews. And so at this time, I thought I'd just go over the reasons that we can go into executive session before you decide whether you want to. For the Judicial Nominating Commission meetings, they are public and cannot go into closed or executive session for any purpose except as provided further. The commission may recess for a closed or executive meeting only for the purpose of discussing sensitive financial information contained within the personal financial records or official background check of a candidate for judicial nomination. So thinking about that, does anyone wish to go into executive session for one or both of those reasons?
I do. You know, we spend a lot of time doing background checks. So if we're not going to use them, what is the purpose of doing them? Because everybody here made calls to the people on those lists. And that was the reason why we did it. So I think that we have to be specific, make sure it's just about their background. Financial, we don't have to worry about because we've already taken care of financial, criminal, and ethical. But the background, otherwise, if we're not going to talk about it, then I don't think it's necessary for us in the future to do the background checks.
And I would, just to follow up on Judge Moriarty's comments, I think we as a commission have in the past determined that it's our process which provides for each of us to be assigned a particular nominee or applicant to conduct contact with people that have been identified in their packets constitutes a background check that we are conducting as a commission. And therefore, we should fall within that category of being able to discuss those communications that we have made as commission members with other members of the commission.
And by way of example, all of us have talked to these individuals on probably various candidates by now. And we've had, if not once, every occasion, the people we talk to say, now, is this confidential? Because I'm going to tell you something. We've had people say, so-and-so has an anger management problem.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of nice to know if they're applying for a judicial position.
Well, here you go. This is Laura McConwell. I move that we go into executive session to discuss the background investigations performed by the commission members for a period of 30 minutes to return at 1:13 or 2:13.
I'll second it. Rick Gwynn seconds.
Okay. Well, if I may, just clarify, you want to go into executive session until 2:13?
2:13 for 30 minutes. Well, I'm looking at my computer. Whatever time you say, 30 minutes. For 30 minutes, whatever time that is.
In there.
I'll make sure.
Okay, I just want to get it right because I'm going to set my clock for it so I know when to come back.
Perfect.
You're saying
Let's
30 minutes.
just do 2:15.
It's in there. Do you want me
Yeah,
to go
2:15. That's fine. We'll make it be easy. 2:15.
2:15. Mr. Gwynn, will you, and now who seconded it? Mr. Gwynn?
Mr. Gwynn.
Mr. Gwynn, yeah.
Transfer initiated.
Will you take that friendly amendment?
That's just what the notice that I get, transfer initiated.
Okay.
It usually takes a day or so.
Mr. Gwynn?
Okay.
Mr. Gwynn, will you accept that friendly amendment?
I
Okay.
do.
Bye-bye.
2:15.
Josie, you're not on mute.
Yes, Josie, we can hear you. You're not on mute. That's okay.
Now she is.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, the motion is carried and we will go into the breakout room. You will need to join.
Oh, hello.
Hello, we are waiting for everyone to press their button to leave the breakout room.
You know, it's pretty sad when our biggest fear is of hitting the wrong button. You know what I mean?
Well, I have to say that was a little traumatic for me, but I'm going to be okay.
I was going to say, I think Annabeth is still back in the other
No,
room.
she's here.
Oh, is she? Good,
Here.
good.
Yeah, I
She's
found
here.
it didn't show up on my screen, but then I hit over there at the left and it came up.
I'm turning on my cross-examination light now that it's afternoon. Is everyone here? Tiffany, help me count. We have 16, and that is the correct number. 14 commissioners plus me plus you. All right, we are back in open session now, and I will turn it over to the commission to discuss the candidates. This is our opportunity for you all to speak about what you think, if you want to do that, and I'll turn it over to you.
This is Kevin Moriarty. I'll say something first to get us started. I think that this is the first time we've seen Kevin Breer. We've seen these other folks before, and I think from top to bottom, this was the best interview they all had. And I think that they did a great job, and I think that Johnson County is going to be, we're going to be lucky no matter what, because we have good candidates, and I don't think we can make a mistake here. So they're all qualified, they'll all do a good job, and I think that we can be proud of, even though we don't have very many, and we wish we had more, we certainly have 3 good candidates among these 7 individuals.
Well said, Kevin.
This is James Griffith. I would add to that. I feel like any one of them, whoever it ultimately is, will be fantastic. And if I ended up in court and was in front of them, I wouldn't feel any qualms about it. And so we as a commission, we're going to vote, and we're going to send a certain number to the governor, but that means there's a certain number that we don't send. And to them, I would simply say, don't lose heart, because you were all really good, and we'd like to see you apply again if you don't make it this time.
This is Rick Wynn, just to follow up on the first 2 comments. I do have concerns about a couple of the applicants who are now on their 4th try. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And my concern is that if they would not make the final 3, and I'm referring now to Vanessa and to Chris J-Ram, and less so to Judge Ashford, because I think she would be more inclined to apply again. But with the Chris J-Ram and Vanessa, my concern is they don't make the final 3 and they're gone. And I just think they would make tremendous judges. So I personally am going to include those 2 in my selections. And I am having a very difficult time with the 3rd, understanding that Kevin had a hell of an interview, and likewise Jennifer, Judge Ashford. And so it's a very difficult choice for me. I am going to consider the fact that that it's Kevin's first time up, and that may not be fair, but I'm gonna take that into account. So that's.
Be honest.
Well, this is Laura McConwell. Rick, I don't think that there is a prohibition from either Chris or Vanessa applying again, because maybe they make the panel, because they both have been on panels before, but they haven't been selected by the judge or the governor, that they could apply. I mean, they can apply again, right?
Right.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
My concern.
There's no limit, as far as I know, to the number of times you can apply.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I have some friends over in Jackson County that applied more than twice as many than that. So before they finally got on the bench in Jackson County. So, okay.
And just to remind everyone too, you don't have to limit the number that you send to the governor to 3. You get to decide whether you want to vote for 3, 4, or 5 to send to the governor.
Well, we've kind of had that conversation, and I don't know if the sentiment's changed that we feel like we need to send 3 because we need to be doing the work. But I don't know, maybe people feel differently.
Well,
I would agree with that.
Annabeth, especially with the number that we have of the candidates, I think we should be able to narrow it to 3.
Well, and there's nothing in the rules that would prevent you from getting to the end and saying, oh, wow, we can't get less than 4. We've got 4, and we just, so you can vote for 3 and then change your minds if you want to or not. Either way. That's,
I would add to the fact that I don't think, anyone that wants to continue to apply should not feel that they shouldn't, because it's been the 3rd or 4th time. I think of the interviews today that the last interview with Jennifer Ashford, I thought was just excellent in that she really responded directly to those questions that were asked. So I was impressed by that.
Mm-hmm.
I was also impressed with Jennifer. She was so well prepared. I felt like she had done her homework and knew what we were looking for, and she made it a point to address those things, to share her thoughts on what we were looking for and how she could fill that role of what we thought a judge should have.
Well, and Josie, interesting. So Jennifer talked about watching it. Joshua Allen talked about also having watched the other one. And then Chris J. Ram also talked about trying to look at that and reflect and make sure that they were responsive to the concerns. Yeah, and I think that's good, that you want a judge who's going to be prepared and who's going to be paying attention and be thorough. Chris also commented about talking to the other domestic judges, and particularly yeah.
So I was just going to say, sorry, Greg, I saw you getting ready to talk. I appreciated what you said last time about giving the governor options and having kind of some different types of backgrounds and things. And I'll just reiterate, I appreciated getting to know Jennifer more when Judge Tatum and I interviewed her. You can just tell the passion she has for the work that she does now. And, we could have gone on and on with all the extracurricular stuff that she does, whether it's the courthouse stuff or work with diversity, or seems like she was on about as many committees as a person could be on. So she'll be getting my vote. And then I'll just throw out there too, I've always liked Vanessa as a candidate and Mike as a candidate, and I'll be supporting them as well. I think Mike, courtroom experience, management as a public defender, that's always impressed me. And specifically today, what Vanessa said about, seeing the other side, not just the prosecutor eyes, but seeing it through the eyes of the defendant as well, that I appreciated that in the interview.
Justice, my comments would be, first of all, on the number we send up. It would be easy if we said 5 today. I think all of us, it would be easier on all of us. We'd leave 2 people out. But we are the Johnson County 10th Judicial District Nominating Commission, and I think it's our job to narrow it down to 3 rather than force the governor to pick out of 1. I think the responsibility we took on, this is going to be the hardest one since I've been on, I think, because we've gotten to 3 people pretty easily before. So this one's going to be tougher, but I would advocate that we stick with 3, at least initially, and see where that leads. Agree with Judge Moriarty. Everybody that has interviewed before, this was their best interview. And maybe it has something to do with remote versus being in a room where they're trying to pay attention to people all over the room. But everybody did a better job. I think some of the themes we heard were people that overcame obstacles different kinds of obstacles, whether family or financial or otherwise. Everybody showed passion and enthusiasm. Everybody showed a commitment to public service. All of those are important. Differentiators for me, I try to look at their history and their experience. They're both legal and human. I try to look at their demonstrated history of temperament. That's easier for some of these people that I know than the ones that I don't know. Their legal skills and the kinds of diverse cases they've been involved in and how complex some of them were, because a lot of judging is just plumbing, as I call it. It's kind of rote and repetitive, whether it's civil or criminal. But where they've done, how they've demonstrated their legal skills. We love the involvement of everybody, and then sometimes we think people are too involved. Trying to find that right balance for people. I think for Kevin and Jennifer, those probably jumped out as people that are doing an awful lot of stuff. And is it too much, or does that just prove how committed they are? And I said earlier, I've always thought that family law was the place where the hardest judgments in the legal system are made, because they're really judgments about human beings and best interest of the child or whatever. There's no way to make that a black or white decision. And what we're here today is I'm going to try to make the best judgment for the future, and that will include not only who's going to be the best judge, but who has a chance to be a judge in the future. That's going to help me narrow it down, I think. But I'm always going to realize that my best judgment is not necessarily the right judgment. And I hope these other folks appreciate how much we appreciate their effort, even if they aren't successful in going to the governor. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't think this will be the first time I've agreed with Greg on something, but I do agree with him that we should not punt this to the governor. It's our job to do this, and as difficult as it is, we should only send 3 to Topeka. I hate to punish someone because of some technicality, like it's the first time they've applied, and it's really disappointing because this is a really good group, and Kevin was outstanding. However, I do agree with Rick on I can't vote for Kevin this time simply because the other candidates are equally outstanding and they have been here before. I can vouch for the fact that Judge Ashford she doesn't just talk it, she really walks it, and she's been involved. I know personally I've been involved with her with some things for advocacy. And I think at this point, in order to bring Johnson County to what it needs to be for everyone, there have to be, in their private lives, there has to be that advocacy there for social justice issues. And I think she meets that standard, as well as McCulloch and Christopher as well. Vanessa is outstanding. I've been really impressed with her for the last, 4 or 5 years that she's applied, or maybe it's been longer than that. And to hear her talk about the fact that she recognizes, a lot of people try to leave everything on the judge, and the judge is extremely important in this process of criminal justice. But the DAs are as well. The DAs determine a lot about what actually goes to the judge, what charges go to the judges. And she answered that question right for me, that she recognizes the fact that they have a lot of power to determine bond issues as well as charges.
Or in the what it's worth category, I think a lot of these people are probably, it's sort of like, do you like chocolate or vanilla? That it's like a decathlon. I try to look at 8 or 9, 10 areas where how they score, so to speak, and I think all of them score well, and some score stronger in some other areas. I can't tell you. I probably know Vanessa the best because I've litigated against her. I've actually, in that gun shop case, I was victim's counsel, so I worked with her behind the scenes mainly. So I've had both sides. I will say, you know, the thing Vanessa does is she listens. She listens on bond issues. She listens on, and she'll look into something. If I tell her something, she'll have her detective go look at that and run it to ground. And I can't tell you how many times across the state, and I was in 25 counties or so last year alone, 19, not 20, I guess, yeah, 2019. You get short shrift. They don't listen for lots of reasons. And so I'm not saying she's the only candidate, but I can tell you my experience with her is she's incredibly fair and balanced and tries to reach the right decision. As to the others, Kevin and Chris seem really tight, right close there, right? They both are really strong lawyers in the civil context. People say great things about them, and I don't think you'd be wrong voting for either one of them. Mike, you know, doesn't get to choose his clients. He represents the underrepresented and the poor, and has for 20 years, and does an outstanding job, and sort of runs a law firm. Not quite the same as a profit law firm, but he still runs a law firm. And Judge Ashford has done a great job. My partner says great things about her. So I think it's a tough decision, but I agree, especially in these times, we don't want to make the governor's job harder. She's got plenty enough to do. And I think we picked the three. That's all I have.
Well, and since I interviewed Josh Allen this time, and I hadn't really known him before we interviewed him, I was really impressed by his caseload and the way that he juggles that caseload and manages to provide representation for so many different people, both in the criminal context and also for the juveniles. And one of the things I think Sam and I were both impressed about was kind of his commitment to that and some of that criminal justice reform, which I know is very important to Sam and also important to the community. And he actually is in there walking that walk every day. And so I don't want him to be discounted because he's a solo practitioner out there.
I agree. The only disappointment in my interview with Josh is that he's made all of this tougher, because he was that impressive in the 201 2-on-1 interview.
If I can make one more comment, I think there's one candidate who stands out, and I'll just kind of make a pitch for her. I think Vanessa, given her standing in the community, her experience in civil and criminal, and her resilience, and how much she impressed me individually in our interview when James and I met her, and the strength of her references is, I don't have trouble with that one. The others, I think there are several other qualified, and I'll have trouble getting down to three, but I did want to put a plug in for Vanessa because I think it's the right time for her at the right point in her career.
Well, I had never met Vanessa before this process, and I will tell you, yeah, after listening to her and hearing about her backgrounds, I mean, she is impressive, and I think she had a really great interview today.
John, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I did. I agree with virtually all of the comments, especially that we should bring it down to three, even though we could easily send five. And there wouldn't be much of an argument because there's not a great deal of difference, I think, between many of the candidates. But going back to something that Rick had said this time, and then going to last time in its regard to Chris J-Ram, you don't get somebody with his civil litigation experience applying for this kind of a position very often. And there is going to be, everybody has a practice, everybody has cases, everybody has partners. And sure, you can apply as many times as you want, but there's a sunset at some point where, your partners are looking at you askance, like, are you here or are you gone? So what are you doing? So I think that it's a little naive to expect that somebody of his caliber is just going to keep applying. And so to the extent people are considering, that, hey, we might get another shot at him if we don't select him now, I think you should think about that seriously. And I also think that he gave a great interview. again today. I mean, just terrific. And I think Laura kind of mentioned a few of the things that he mentioned that maybe some other people didn't in terms of talking to other judges, et cetera. So I think that his complex legal ability is, I mean, from the people that I've vetted, I mean, excellent researcher, excellent writer, excellent lawyer, understands civil litigation. This is obviously a family law position, but if we're looking down the road, going back to something Rick said last time, I think this is an individual that we really want to think about seriously. And we did last time, and we sent him to the governor.
Well, so John, I'm going to also dovetail on that because I think I interviewed him. Sam, did we interview Chris last time or 2 times last time? One of the interesting things were several of the attorneys that were on the other side from him, who I think were plaintiff when he was the defendant counsel, said that he was concerned about the outcome for the plaintiff. It wasn't just about winning, about scorched earth. It was about coming up with solutions that were going to work for his client, represent his client, but that also, you know, was going to be a benefit to the plaintiff's counsel. And I thought that was an interesting comment or observation by several of those counsel. So
just to follow up on Chris, Chris is not somebody that brags on himself. You know, if the question hadn't been asked, we never would have heard about the, you know, large number of uniforms that ended up in Kenya, Africa, with him down there, I'm sure on his own dime, doing that. And I mean, that's a pretty incredible message to all of us that we need to take a more serious approach to, you know, loving our neighbor sort of thing. And I just think he's an exceptional candidate who, if you're looking for a cheerleader, he ain't the guy, because he's a civil practitioner, kind of behind the scenes sort of guy. And you're not going to hear much about him, but boy, I'll tell you what, he would make one hell of a judge.
If I could follow up, in our conversation Joe and I had with Jennifer Ashford, I came to understand, and more so today with her responses, she's not just a joiner, she's a doer. She gets involved and she works with those programs. She works hard, as you could tell, on the bench and also in improving, you know, where we're at with our criminal justice system or our justice system generally. So I think that's what kind of stood out for me with her, with that interview. And I think it's really important for anybody that we send up there to have that kind of characteristic going forward.
Yeah, I know we don't want to prolong this, but I'll speak to Chris just because I met Chris probably in 2013 in a large commercial case that he was on the plaintiff side and I was on the defense side. And well, I guess what has impressed me is how much he's grown since then. Not that he was a bad litigator in any way in 2013, but to watch his involvement and his growth, that's what I want to see in a judge too. And I think he would admit he still has room to do that, but he's, you know, John said it right. It's not a criticism because we got a couple judges here, but we get an awful lot of judges that start in the DA's office because that's where you get trial experience. And to get a civil litigator with his experience in a very high quality firm is rare. And I don't want to miss that opportunity either.
okay.
I move we go to the voting.
Second. I think the first thing we need to do is decide how many, we need to decide how many we're going to vote for.
Okay, this is Laura McConwell. I move that we send 3 applicants to the judge or the governor.
James Griffith, second.
Been moved and seconded to send 3, to vote for 3, and all in favor say aye.
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 Raise your hand too, please. Yeah. Thanks. Tom's laughing at me. I said say aye and I raised my hand. So you're supposed to do what I do or what I say. Yeah, I get it.
We knew what you meant.
Okay, I'm just going to call the motion carried. And so is there any more discussion before we begin our ballots?
The only discussion I would have is my understanding from this morning is we're to take a photograph, we're to mark our ballot with 3, take a photograph of our ballot with our ballot with our cell phone, and email that ballot to you, Justice.
Yes, that's correct. Does anybody have any questions?
Can we just, do we have to take a photo or can we just send it to you? Can we just email it?
Yeah,
to
we
you?
could scan it and send it to you. Yeah.
You can scan it and send it to me, whatever's easier for you.
I
Yeah, I
think
just
that's
dropped
way
it into
you'll probably
a
have to
Google
do it.
Doc, so I'll just send the Google link.
Yeah, I took a picture, but I'm sure like Tatum, his phone is still a flip phone, and it probably doesn't even have a camera. So
A
he's
phone.
not-
He has a pager. He doesn't have a phone.
Somebody help me. I have no idea what this
Over to you, Judge.
Justice Wilson, can you clarify for me? I just want to make sure that I understand. So we have 5 copies. We're sending you 1 right now with 3 votes. Is that correct?
Correct. And we'll go through just the process. We've got the ballot sheet that says ballot number blank for district judge. So everybody needs to write ballot number 1, sign it at the bottom, and print your name so that we know who's signing it, because sometimes you can't tell. And there are seven names there. So
Where do we,
just,
the left or right side for the vote?
well, it says vote. There's a column that says vote next to each.
Tatum, are you serious?
Good question. No.
What if I'm right in the middle? That was what I was concerned about.
Well, do you see at the top where it says vote?
I see
that's
that,
the top.
but I wanted to make sure that's what you wanted.
That's what I want.
Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Okay, and then after you have marked 3 names, either scan it and email it, or take a picture on your phone and email it to me, or I don't know if I assume I'll get it from Josie. I don't know what you're talking about though. I'm sorry. So
I'm going to email you a Google Doc and you'll just have to open it.
okay, kind of, yeah.
But Josie, you're on mute. Josie, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just dropped it over to a PDF so it's easier for you.
Are you or Tiffany?
I have it.
Oh, Tiffany, are you receiving it or is it the judge?
Me.
Okay, because I just want to make sure I just sent one in.
Yes, wilsone@kscourts.org.
I just want to, because you should have mine.
Judge Tatum's out checking the telegraph pole.
Yeah, I'm going to send
Yes,
it. But
I see yours, Mr. Turner.
I think it's all small letters. Wilson E.
A carrier pigeon, is that what you're saying? Poor Josie.
Yeah, a pigeon just flew by my window. It's on its way.
very reliable.
And it's a nice day.
Okay, I'm gonna make my email large on my screen so I won't see you, but you'll probably still be able to see me so that I can make copies.
You should have mine, Justice.
What?
Yeah.
She's going out to check the roost.
I sent the pigeon. It's on its way.
You sent it? Okay, I'll see.
Really hard to clip that thing on the pigeon's leg.
Yeah, the pigeon was having a hard time getting off the runway.
I'm glad you're poking fun at Steve, so you will not think to poke fun at me for having to print each one and how long that takes.
He is a retired judge. You are an active justice. We will make fun of Judge Tatum.
He still pro tems a lot, though.
I love Judge Tatum.
I'll take it where I can get it.
Laura's just.
You know, Greg, what I'm doing now is seeing if I can watch all the movies on Netflix right now. So, and I was watching K-State, but not anymore. So,
Hey,
Can Tiffany
just
tell us how
whatever
many
it's worth,
people are
Greg
watching?
Musil, I checked ESPN over the noon hour. K-State made the like fourth or fifth story down. Yeah, it's a national story. I'm sure you're proud.
Oh dear.
Tiffany, how many are watching?
Currently 20.
20?
Yes,
Is that peak? Is that the peak right now?
I think so. Keeping an eye on it. That's what it's been.
Watching, I think with me in the meetings.
7 are candidates.
7 are candidates.
Exactly.
So there's 13.
Does that include us, Tiffany?
It does not, unless you're watching
Okay.
on your phone or something.
All right.
So far, they are coming in just fine. I'll count them after when I get to the end.
Justice, I'm embarrassed here. It's Wilson E at kscourts.org.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you kidding me, Gwen?
Well, it said non-delivered after I thought I did it right.
well,
You should see him handle DNA evidence.
There you go.
no
That's why I
caps.
went-
Ms. Serba, I only got a partial copy of yours. If you
Oh
could
my.
look at yours again.
Okay, I'll do it again. I'm not very techy.
Well, it probably got caught on the scanner or something. So
Okay.
it's all right. Just do it again.
Okey doke.
Give them.
Now you have to do it again. It didn't go through. Well, she said it just got caught on the scanner. They only got one vote on it. It was her file. You just do the same thing.
But she couldn't see.
No, it did. Listen, her machine got stuck.
Mr. Turner, yours didn't come through either very well. Will you please do yours again?
Good thing we weren't sending 5. This could take a while.
I didn't realize this was going to be a high-tech commission.
Did you get mine, Justice Wilson? I don't want
Yes,
to
I
put
did.
fun in anybody. I make sure you got mine.
I believe I did, yes.
Yeah, I've sent it again now.
Yes, I have yours.
Okay, good. Now I can make fun of Sam
can-
and Annabeth.
The
Relax.
Associated Press just announced the winner.
Annabeth, yours came to me. No, I'm teasing.
Don't quit your day job, Beth.
But I have to say, Mr. Moriarty, you did not print your name at the bottom, but that's okay. I can figure out which one was yours.
That was
Yeah.
intentional.
Uh-oh. And I think Mr. Beveridge, you didn't either. So maybe if we need to do another one. Your
I
name is.
signed it though,
Yes, you did.
and you can read my name.
Mr. Brownlee, yours didn't come through very well either. Could you resend yours?
How about that? How about that one this time?
I will.
Hey, Doug, did you hear the justice wants you to resend yours? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can see yours now, Mr. Turner.
Yeah, I did. I'll send it again.
Very good. Thanks.
Really, Musil, you went with flags? How original.
You got a problem with that, Beth?
Musil's the guy that goes to the grocery store. Oh no, I gotta have flags. I can't take flowers, no national parks. Don't give me
No shells.
Arnold Palmer. He was recent. Arnold Palmer was on their Christmas ones.
What do you need stamps for?
I was offering them to those of you who have problems.
Well, you're just putting your ballots in the envelope because you're going to be the first one to get it mailed into Justice Wilson. We know. You're a gunner.
Justice, I sent it again and I changed the size of the picture. Hopefully that helps. If you want me to, I'll just tell you out loud.
Okay, that's Doug, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Okay.
Doug.
And on the next round, I'll go downstairs to the scanner and scan it on the next round instead of taking a picture.
Okay, Rick, yours came through great.
Wonderful. Thank you. Color, I might add.
Yes, it is in color. Very impressive.
It's our copy machine.
Because Rick's got an IT guy right next to him.
I know I need one, that's for sure.
Do you know how much I wish I did? But I have Tiffany and that is just as good.
Josie, as an educator, what class level would you give us in elementary school with this group? Third,
Well,
fourth?
If we were learning remotely, we would start at the basics. We would definitely scaffold that instruction and help you guys along.
Josie, can you say remedial? That's probably where we.
Well, I think we all got it there too, so that's what counts.
What's impressive is that 10 months ago, half of us couldn't have done any of this.
That's right.
Well, I was going to say I have to brag on my dad, who is 79, because he is so techy. He loves all this stuff.
Yeah.
And he mastered Zoom and WebEx and Microsoft Teams and.
Yeah.
He's a pilot too. That gives him, he's used to doing things.
Yes.
That is impressive.
Justice, did the second one come through okay?
Yeah, I think I've got all of them now. Some of them I'm going to have to read on my computer, but that's all right. Because I will forward them all to Tiffany and he will have them. But I just want to check to make sure that when I do my tally sheet, that I have one that I can see for everyone. So my apologies if this takes a little bit of time, but I'm going to go as slow as I need to.
I can imagine the candidates are dying right now.
I'm sorry.
Especially
I'm
hearing this
sorry for them.
conversation.
Yes, these are the folks that voted for me.
I know.
Or not for me.
25 lawyers have
All right,
signed up for the next commission election.
I'm starting my tally sheet for number 1, so don't hold your breath.
Okay.
While Justice Wilson's doing that. Don't listen. We want you to count. But I think that one of the suggestions that was made was a good one today, was trying to not try to get away from paper. Try to do everything, scan it, and send it remotely.
Agreed.
The issue we had was security and ensuring that nobody keeps a hold of an electronic copy, and that's the issue. And I suppose we can create some procedures and just, I mean, I certainly trust this commission that everybody would get rid of them at the end of the day, but just deleting stuff doesn't get rid of it. So I think that's the issue. We would need some IT help to make sure we keep it secure.
So, I mean, so we might be able to do something with a Dropbox or, you know, a share that's specific to a specific person, because it is the confidentiality that we didn't think we could cycle fast enough, because we did talk about that before the last time.
Well, the thing is look, we have copies now. There's nothing that would prevent us from keeping them or copying them. So there's a trust factor. If they come into us, what we could do is some way so that it's not like Dropbox, so that it's secure on the web.
Right. Well, it's the metadata issue.
Right.
Because if we have them on our computers and we get rid of our computers and they don't get scrubbed, I mean, that happened to a doctor friend of mine 10 years ago. He got rid of a computer. He thought it had been washed, but it hadn't, and it had a bunch of patient data and the metadata.
Right.
It was on the KCM, you know, on the TV. We just
Is that the one in Mission Hills?
Yeah. Did you yeah.
Oh, I know.
You said it.
No, the case was in front of me.
The information could be sent securely.
Right.
Good
But-
IT. Yes.
Can we download it then? Because once you download it, it's on my computer. So I think we just have to work through some of this.
Right. I think so. We can do it.
It has nothing to do with trusting this group. It's that if it's on a computer electronically somewhere, somebody can hack it, or you can not wipe it, or whatever. And that's what we owe the candidates, I think.
Right. And it is an expense. I didn't know that it, you know, it was a long time since I applied. And, you know, when we had the stone and it wasn't that, it was just time consuming. But now it's
but you were so
expensive.
good at it.
It was a mimeograph.
Yeah.
Well, your application was a lot thinner, I'm sure.
Well, the other thing we can think of is do one of those fillable forms where we've got the form, you know, because now they just print it off and fill it out. Even be higher tech have the form that they can go into that secure spot and fill it out for it.
Right. Yes.
And then upload their information. So
Right.
Judge Foster just retired too fast.
Josie, are you fully remote, or you're still having in-person classes in elementary, right?
Elementary's full in person. It's secondary that's full remote.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Challenge.
Lots of masks throughout the day.
Tom, I see you're moved into your new space.
Yes, we are.
Where'd you go? Where'd you move?
Mission Farms.
Oh, uh-huh.
Yeah,
I
we
noticed
sold
it
our
looked-
we sold our building.
Okay.
I was going to say, I was guessing that was the case, that you and Rob are now rich.
Actually, we're thinking about buying another building, maybe.
We're at Mission Farms.
We're above the tavern.
Very cool.
Okay, I was wondering what that space was being built on. I can walk, get to your place in about 30 seconds, 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. Nice. Yeah, we came in here in mid-July.
Okay. I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, I think I see St. Luke's out your window, something back there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a west-facing window there.
Right.
Very cool. It didn't look like downtown Overland Park.
No.
Who bought your building, Tom?
And like an environmental consulting group. I've not heard of them before. It closes December 31st, but it looks like it's gonna.
It wasn't a law firm or a business group or anything.
No,
like
I was sort of surprised because it's perfect size for a small law firm.
Right.
The biggest problem is that has a 3/4 basement, and we must have 240 boxes. That's all within the last 10 years, 7 years. We shred pretty often, but I don't want to pay for outside storage for 240 boxes, so we're really cutting down on that. That's the biggest hassle to move.
So did you move to Leewood to justify your fees?
No. It just it cut my commute in half. Sam, I charge you the same wherever I am.
I guess I could take that a couple of ways.
Yes.
John, aren't you in downtown Overland Park? John Parisi? You're on mute.
I am in Tom's building and have to.
Oh, now you're in Tom's building. Okay, because I thought you were in. Okay, all right, very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, you're very close. Did you buy Tom's building?
No.
I think we not know why his environmentally correct background now.
Yeah. There you go. We need the Jeopardy song to be playing right now.
In honor of Alex Trebek.
Has anybody seen Ken Jennings? Is he on there yet? Isn't that his name?
Yep. Yes. He's filling in for right now, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the show for a while. So
Who is the new host of Jeopardy?
Oh, geez.
Ken Jennings.
Ken Jennings.
I asked the question.
All right.
Steps ahead.
For $1,000, who is the host of? Yeah.
That's a show that can humble you very quickly when you're watching on TV.
Ooh, 66 degrees out.
Oh yeah. Well, I went and let my new puppy out when we took our lunch break, and it was gorgeous. But I came back.
Actually, it says 70 now.
Wow.
It's always 70 in Leewood.
Because it's so far south.
If it gets hotter than that, the golden curbs start to melt.
Oh, is that it? We don't know about that up here in Mission.
Sam's working for the chamber now.
Awesome.
Keep up your commentary. We're at 23 viewers now.
Ooh, all right.
There you go.
How many lawyers does it take to oil a combine?
They know what a combine is.
Just one, but you have to run him through real slow.
That's a K-State joke, Greg. That's a K-State agriculture joke there.
How many lawyers does it take to shingle a roof? Depends on how thin you slice them. I got a bunch of them. I'll be here till Thursday.
Come on.
No, you will not, because I have the results.
Okay.
We have 3 candidates who all have more than 8 votes.
Wow.
So another ballot will not be necessary.
All right, that should displease Greg. Greg likes us to go to at least 4:30 or 5.
No.
All right, the 3 candidates who received more than 8 votes are, in alphabetical order, Jennifer Ashford, Chris J. Ram, and Vanessa Reebley.
All right.
All right, good choices.
Well done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well done. And I have the tally sheet. If any of you would like to see that, all of the ballots you must keep. And please snail mail the ballots, your notes, and what you received from Tiffany, or excuse me, from Moriarty. Give those to, don't we do that? What did we do last time? Everything, isn't it?
You can either on your notes, you send them directly to Justice Wilson.
Yeah.
The other things, either you get rid of your, if you have a shredder in your facility, or you shred them yourself or whatever. If you don't have a shredder, you can bring them to my office and I'll shred the stuff for you.
And those are only the things that you received from Kevin that have no notes on them. If you have pages with notes, you need to keep them. Those are your notes and they're subject to Public Open Meetings Act records. And any notes that you took, plus your ballot, those all need to be sent to me at my snail mail address. We will keep those. We will scan them and file them, and then we will shred them.
What if we took notes on like their resumes? Do we have to pull those sheets out that we wrote on?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Justice, just so I'm clear again, we go through this each time, I can't remember, but I have notes from my interviews that James and I had, or that I had with, as part of the official background check into our candidate. Those were discussed only in executive session and are subject, I think, to that exception. Do you still get those?
Read those.
Well, you know, I have the background check that was done by the disciplinary administrator's office. I keep those.
Should we mark those though as things that were part of the confidential background check and you file those separately or scan them separately?
Hang on to them. Don't destroy them. I will look into it and see and let you know. But at this time, I'm going to assume that you will need to keep them, send them to me, and we'll scan them. So do not throw them away.
I only have 4 pages. I'm sending you all 4 pages of stuff. That's all.
Okay, well, just try to mark them separately or put them in a separate notebook, Mr. Turner, or envelope that's marked background investigation, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna hop off. Are we all finished, or is there anything else that we needed to do before I log off?
Is there anything else that we need to do?
Laura wanted to talk to Greg and me. I don't know if that needs to be done through
Yeah, we can talk later.
We can do that later.
I will send out a new invite for just the 3 of us for a 3:30 Zoom call. How about that?
Perfect.
I'm supposed to be on it too, Greg.
Oh,
okay.
And Annabeth, I'm sorry, you're right.
I know you like to forget me, but I'm not going anywhere.
Hi, Josie.
One more
I'm gonna log
second.
off.
Just one more second, Josie. I just
okay.
wanted to say to everyone, remember that you cannot discuss these matters regarding the 10th Judicial Nominating Commission with any less than a majority of the quorum. So you don't want to violate the Open Meetings Act about that. So just a reminder.
Justice,
Relation to the motion we passed at the last meeting to work on a survey for the Bar Association.
Yes,
That's
what Greg's talking about.
We're good. We're not violating. Well, not tell you what, I won't be on it. It'll just be Greg, you, James, and Annabeth, and we will not violate any open meetings because we won't be talking about official business, and 3 are not a majority of any quorum.
Good idea.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's been an honor to serve with you.
Good
Thanks,
seeing you again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Let me know if you have questions.